Hey, these are private vibes. The vibes only going out to the live viewers on Twitch. All 2 of you. Or 3. All right, let's see here. I need to turn this down so it doesn't echo. I can only barely listen to the beginning music. What's up, Gonad? Hey, that's right, I moderated you. Gonad moderated me on his stream. Miguel Oz! 51 months, Miguel Oz. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you so much. Hey, pretty awesome. I was watching Uwo last night, and he was making railguns, and I'm supremely jealous because he has a source for 1 billion capacitors. He was able to build and test banks of capacitors in minutes, which is insane. I would not be able to do that. The perfectionist in me was screaming the whole while, which is fine. I mean, that's, you know, we do things a little bit more perfectionistly here. Still, crazy. A lot of big sparks. What up, Alptro? Mutually assured, yeah, mutually assured moderation or something. Means if one of us goes batshit crazy, the other can tank their channel. I always like to have a contingency in case I become a turbo asshole. I don't think there's much chance of that, but you know, you never know. So many people becoming turbo assholes suddenly. I'm here. I'm a little worse for wear. I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't sleep. I don't ever sleep for some reason. Or get my shit together, which is part of the exercise back here, and probably what we're going to do today is try to get my shit together. In the middle of the night, this is Dutch angle. That's a little better. Or is it? No, it's the monitor. My monitor's actually crooked. I slept around a corner 4 days in a row. I've been doing that too. The problem is when I was in your stream, I hope I didn't make too much of an embarrassment of myself because I got legitimately drunk because I got resin in my mouth. For those of you that didn't get the story, I was messing with the resin printer and it was right next to me and printed a Benchy, which is pretty cool. But in the aftermath of that, I was messing with stuff and resin got under my fingernails. So I'd washed my hands, like I took alcohol to my hands, all that stuff. Oh, good, I didn't make a total ass of I'm always afraid that I make a complete ass of myself in text when I'm talking in people's streams. It's why I tend on the shy side with other people's streams. I've lurked a lot of you people out there. I know a lot of you don't know, but I've been there. I've been in attendance for some things. But anyway, so you know, the cuticles get resin in them. And so I, with longer nails, tend to bite my nails off because I am a nervous engineer. And so I bit my thumbnail off and then I went, oh no. I got resin on my mouth, which is bad because I've got a beard. And that resin stinks and it's bad and it's horrible for you and all that stuff. So instead of swishing rubbing alcohol, I had regular alcohol. I had whiskey. I had a bunch of whiskey and rum in order to try to dilute out the resin, which didn't bode well for my sleep. However, the Benchy came out nice. Look at this thing. This thing is beautiful. Looks like it's made out of glass. Here, I can show it off a little better if we make some room on the table here. I'm gonna furl up some of this stuff. That'll do it, yeah. I can always time people out for a few hours if they're super drunk. I'm doing this for you. Oh God, that would make me feel so bad, and I'd probably turn to drinking even more. I would feel so bad if I got timed out for being drunk on Gonad's stream. Oh, that'd be the worst. It'd be the lowest of the low for me. All right, we gotta make some room here. I've been a little busy the past couple days. Obviously, I didn't stream on Friday because I wasn't up to it. The blah is sneaking in. The blasé of overworking myself for nothing. I missed a day of uploads today, so this stream might count as a daily upload for YouTube. YouTube might be okay with this. I'm not sure. But the blah was sneaking in, so I took Friday off just to kind of get a mental day. Played hooky. Dave's module has me just completely shook. I said that in the YouTube description. Dave's module has me shook. I have not been able to repair it. I don't know if the chip we took out was the chip that we thought it was. It might be, but in order to get around that, I need to look at the schematic and I need time. Ay, ay, ay. You want to blow this one away as your first official mod duty? Or shall I get rid of the greedy guitar? That looks like a legitimate account too that got hacked. That's sad. There it is. Blood on his hands for the first time. That is literally the only thing that moderators ever do, and they don't even do that because I'm usually the one that does it. So as my whole scheme behind moderation is that you guys are here just in case I'm pooping or whatever. You don't really need to do anything, and it's always the amount of mods that I have is n+1 for the amount of people that are around. Like, you just don't need to go out of your way for anything at all ever. That's my policy. Satiated, yeah. There's blood on my hands. Not innocent blood, but blood. Anyway, I've been fighting the blah. What's up, Pseudomaze? Yeah, just give people some hats. I had, you know, there have been in the past people who were kind of pounding at the door to try to become a moderator, and I had to lay out my policy very clearly. Is that you don't want that. It's not a privilege role. It's just, you know, like, boy, if I got flooded with like 20,000 viewers, I would definitely be moderating a lot of my regulars. But generally, it's just not a thing that, you know, I think needs to happen. But whatever, anyway. People who know the score or stuff like that. And then my VIPs are another one that I treat differently than the normal stream. You know, obviously I'm not handing out VIPs for privilege. VIPs are people that I know personally and can show up at my house without concerning anybody. So if they can walk in the door, you know, even better if they can walk in the door and people would be happy to see them and nobody would go, "Who the fuck are you?" Then they get VIP, because those are the people in my life, basically. So you'll know VIP by that. There's a couple that have snuck in that are kind of privileged VIPs, but they're rare. Google location of Obother's house. Don't do it, my Aegis. Actually, you can't. The special cool thing that I got going for me as a streamer, and it's not because I'm streaming, it's just as a streamer, this is a really nice perk, is my neighborhood is not on Google Maps. The cars do not come through here. So, boom, boom. Then again, Kit Boga had a scam caller that randomly called out my neighbor, not my neighborhood, but my town. Where are you from? And the scammer was like, oh, think fast, come up with something. And they said, I'm from Berwyn. He's like, oh, Berwyn, I know that place in Pennsylvania. I'm like, hey. He's like, oh, it's a pretty podunk town. And I'm like, you shut the fuck up. You have to be happy to, yeah. Not like, who the fuck is this? But yeah, anyway, I got resin in my mouth. You know, you look online and a lot of the people are talking about, like, I put on a respirator, which I will probably put on a respirator today because we're going to be working inside the booth. But I put on a respirator and a face mask and 2 coats of rubber Tyvek. And then I put on another mask over top of that, and I taped my shoes in order to work with my resin printer. And then other people are like, I'm surrounded by 5 resin printers, and I'm totally fine. And then there's me, who goes, I got resin in my mouth. I hear your electric outlet humming on 50.24 hertz. That means, no, it's more like by the hum of your electrical sockets and looking up consumer data about the phase lag of the various turbines in Pennsylvania, I was able to locate exactly your house. Like, that kind of stuff. Ich bin ein Berliner. How's it going, Maya? Just been a bit. Yeah, the phase lag is apparently something with the way power plants work, and there's a lot of equipment that relies on the phases in order to do its sort of like timing jobs and stuff. So, what up, Squirrel Brain? Welcome to Seal del California. I had a friend who was obsessed with those versions of the song. The covers by Spanish bands, I believe. Bobanet! Hey, so many people showing up. Thank you guys for not totally abandoning my channel because I didn't stream on Friday. We're doing kind of Friday stuff today. This module has me at ends. I need to sit down with a pot of coffee and a good night's sleep and actually reverse engineer the circuit so that I know where stuff is happening on this board. Because we put in a new chip. I don't know if it's the right chip, and I'm starting to have my doubts. We are in an area that's like nothing but transistors, right? And so nothing but transistors, and it already had one chip that was a transistor chip. And so I'm thinking, hey, why not? Shouldn't it be that chip? But might not be. Bought a house, moved into the house, did too much work on the old house, and fucking around with an SDR, but it's not treating me nice. Well, that sounds awesome. I don't know if I'm ever going to have a house. I live in a house, but I don't know if I'm ever going to have a house. I was one of those millennials that was kind of fucked. So we'll see, maybe one day. A lot of people would need to die for me to get enough money for that. So it's crazy because I've got another friend, a friend of mine who I've known for a long time, and he made a house. He actually had it built, and it's in this bucolic, beautiful rolling hills area of Pennsylvania, and he made it a totally smart house. And he's got Home Assistant doing a whole lot of stuff. He was telling me today that he's been working on the emergency mode, the jokey, house emergency mode, and like he wants to play the Star Trek red alert sound and have all the lights go red. I'm like, dude, you could animate them and make it like a marquee. It's like, what's a marquee? So I had to tell him what a marquee was. Let's see. I need a little bit of space here for this printer. This resin printer. The thing about the resin printer and getting resin in my mouth, which is totally torturous, is that I need to make an area for it. It does really well, and now that we can get to the microscope, I can actually show you guys. But it needs to be contained, and it needs to not stank. The resin that I'm using is clear resin, which isn't that stinky. It's actually pretty good stuff. And I got an amazing print out of it. Here, hold on. I'm trying to like make room for everything here. When I was moving the printer, because I had it on my desk, right? I had it right next to me on my desk, and I made this print, and I treated it, and then I put it out in the sun. And then when I was putting away the printer, the problem is my printer fits exactly under the table over here, and the hood doesn't have a totally wide open front. The front comes like down a little bit, and it's got like a U-shaped door. And so in order to put the resin printer into that space, I tilted it, and I should not have did that, because when I did that, it spilled resin out. And the way that these printers are built, that means that resin got into everything. Everything. Absolutely a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. I'm just so pissed off at myself for even attempting to move that thing in the middle of the night. So I basically like bottled everything up that I could and went to bed. And then when I woke up the next day, I cleaned the shop and I put the printer into the hood, closed it up, got the smells out and everything. But then I realized that resin was everywhere. It got into the printer. So I've had to disassemble the printer almost entirely. Basically, every single part of the printer needed to be pulled apart. This is a little loud. I think it's a little loud. Turn that down just a touch. It's kind of sensitive at this level. There we go. I do have gloves. In fact, I bought more gloves. Yeah, my supply of mechanics gloves. But yeah, I have been gloving up. It's just the times that I got resin in my mouth, which is more than once now. It's because I didn't wear gloves and it got into my cuticles. Wayne Johnson, what is this? For the party parrot, 49 months. Hey, that's a big number. God, I'm already sweating. Here, look at this print. We'll start, we may start another benchy today. I'm not sure. I need to install the slicer, but under a microscope, this is like immaculate. I'm not used to this kind of resolution from my other printing. Some resin goes through. I just need something that like is like a barrier, like an initial barrier. Is that a crumb? A potato chip or something. Eating resin 1 out of 10, cannot recommend. The problem with it is that it's so greasy. Don't take that hold on a minute. It's not, it is a flavor thing, believe me, but it's that it doesn't like wipe off. It doesn't leave a surface. It's very goopy. Coolest part about this is that you can see the internal structure. This is not hollowed. This is just a solid model. But this thing is like, it's like a glass casting. The only thing that really went wrong with it is this, because I had it standing up, and so this bottom layer is very weird and loose. See that? It's kind of like bowed outwards and weird. Everything else is immaculate, though. There are some slashes through it. That's basically the orientation to the bottom of the printer. So like here, you can see a slash. But this is like the highest resolution Benchy that I think I've ever seen. Insane. It really resonates with me. Shut up. You know, if I print the water cooling jacket for the laser in this, I bet you it'll be perfect. That means it's just basically going to be made out of the same stuff that I used to seal the original. Yeah, I'm not sure if it'll eat through the gloves. It might eat through the gloves that I have. That'd be a problem. Not a big problem, though. I mean, it just means that I'll just have to work faster. All right, let's see here. What else do I need to check? What haven't I done? I'm having anxiety. What haven't I done? I think I've done everything. Try it and see. It takes a while. Yeah, if it takes a while, then I'm not, because nothing that I'm doing with the printer is going to take a long time. Although we're going to have to clean off the print bed, which has been sitting in that tent for a couple days. I don't know if I'll hit it with alcohol or not, but I'll put on a respirator for that. But I've got a big stinky filter that I'm going to put in. I'll have to find my ducting, which I think I still have it. There's a soft duct that I'll use because I bought one of those hydroponic things. I love it. These hydroponic things that you buy, you can grow weed with it, or you could do a myriad of other things with these filters, right? And so in this case, I'm using it inside of the hood of a resin printer. It looks a lot like a grow operation, to be honest. A lot of ultraviolet light coming out of a silvery tent with a whole bunch of air handling equipment going into it. Yeah, that doesn't look good. But everybody's going to think I'm growing pot, which I guess is fine. I'm okay with them as long as they don't think I'm 3D printing gun parts or something. But yeah, $20 for this filter, and it comes in a cardboard box that is labeled as a hydroponics filter. It's like grow pot with this filter, like all over the outside of the case, outside of the box. I'm like, great, okay, cool, thanks. Like, all right, Federale, like, come on in. Why not both? Look, it's labeling me as growing illicit substances in my shop, which would be a lot more pragmatic for me to do because I'd make more money. I can't believe how this thing turned out. I didn't realize the amount of detail and precision that these printers have. Mine is apparently the Saturn III Ultra is apparently very fast, and I don't know exactly what makes it fast. I would assume that they're all using this monster ultraviolet LED. I would think that the thing that speeds it up the most would be better ultraviolet exposure, which I guess maybe that's the screen. The others have they all have monochrome LCDs, right? Or at least all things considered, they should. I have a feeling this monochrome LCD comes from like a movie projector type thing where you'd have 3 colors of light and then you would put them all through their own LCD and then they would mix back in to make the image. Maybe like a DLP projector. I don't know. And it's like 12K or something. It's like a ridiculous resolution. It is kind of big for that. That's why I say like movie, because it's like huge. You got these giant movie projectors. I'm just thinking, because it's not like they're making an LCD like that specifically for resin printers. Problem is the LCD, a lot of the articles that I've read about this kind of printing say that the LCD is a wear and tear item. So it also goes bad. It's just one of the other replaceable items on the printer. After a certain number of prints, you're in for another one. Because I mean, think about it. You're shooting ultraviolet through an LCD. LCDs hate ultraviolet. I used to do stuff with sailboats, little sailboats in the ocean, and the LCDs just go dark after a certain amount of sunlight because of the UV and all the energy that it brings. So that's annoying, because that LCD is $135. It'll be the same cost as the rest of the printer if it goes bad. I think maybe $60 on Alibaba. So, and it's a big LCD. I don't know if I really needed to get such a big printer, but it's just what I kind of landed on in terms of like budget, and it was interesting that it was broken, quote unquote. Although it wasn't. There was nothing specifically. This seller, what was it, Las Vegas reseller, something like that. In that stream, I pointed out who it was, but they sent me practically a working printer, and it said that the UV flickered. I'm not getting that anywhere. I don't see the UV LED flickering at all. It might have been a wiring thing. It does look like, now maybe this was the cause of the flicker. It looks like the printer was dropped because two of the legs for the big mirror in it, because it's a big LED, big mirror, it's like an overhead projector. There were broken plastic where the two bolts that hold in the LCD hit the little light guide, and then at the bottom there's 4 feet, and 2 of the feet had broken off. So it seems like maybe the printer dropped, and then that mirror like did stuff, and maybe that's what was causing the flicker. I don't know. LCD is probably going to make up a big chunk of the printer's bill of materials in terms of cost. Yeah, in terms of expense. These printers, it's interesting. It's one of the primary components in there. Basically, you have a big UV lamp, a big mirror, a driver board, a big lamp driver, LCD, build plate, Z-axis. That's it. That's all that's it. That's every single component. With varying complexity to them all. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's a much more sensical way to print stuff in my mind than extruding one little bead of plastic. The extruding one little bead of plastic is something that you can do right next to you, whereas the resin thing involves a lot of hullabaloo and stuff. You need to, become one with the goop, which I've been doing a little bit more than I would like to admit. Oh, why are we all the way over here? Shouldn't we be? We should be over just a little bit. I think this got bumped. Oh yeah, you can see behind me the actual printer, the printer that I bought, the Brother printer. I would like to turn that into an ultraviolet inkjet so that I can print graphics that are like, well, they could probably peel off of stuff, but I want to be able to print graphics in full color and stuff like that that are able to hold up. I'm excited to get my FDM printer. It's a Prusa Mark IV. Ooh, yeah, that does sound fun. A lot of tuning involved, but I assume that because it's Prusa and it's a well-known printer and you're not modifying it, then it's probably going to be pretty easy to get running really well. That's where I am with the resin printer. Is that well, this is it's an ultra super duper this one, so I just put the settings in and hit go, and it just works. So it will for a little while anyway. I don't know how much custom stuff there is for resin printing. It seems like it's a little less custom and a little bit more just, I want to print out my Warhammer models. There's a lot of that. I don't know where people get these models from either. It's like all the material for these resin printers are like, look at this demon lord that I printed out. And I'm like, where are you guys getting that? Like I look at Thingiverse and I find like erotic Waluigi, and they're all just like dumb stuff. There's the Horrigan power armor from Fallout 2 would be something that I'd want to print, but yeah, it's a mini factory. I don't want little statues all over my room here. I don't need to become more of a giant bearded man baby wearing glasses on the internet, you know? Big white guy with a big beard and glasses and overweight on the internet. There's not enough of us, I'll tell you. What else sets nicely in UV light? Mustard printing. I made this out of cheese. Oh, so that king, the portrait of the king got vandalized maybe yesterday, and they put up like a Wallace and Gromit thing. They put a Wallace face and a little speech bubble onto the portrait. Obviously, these things are behind like plexiglass or just regular glass, so nothing got permanently damaged, but these obnoxious protesters that are taking this all out on art, it's like, well, okay. It's like you didn't need to make that portrait look any less hilarious and kind of dumb. Project boxes. Yeah, the type of project boxing that I've done around here is quite amazing. I'm wondering what I can do with this technology now. The FDM, the deposit printer, does really well for iterative design. But if I have something that needs, like, I don't know, I was thinking like my keyboard, maybe I could make a little screen cover that would like blurrily still show like stuff on the screen. I should get to printing that. That might be something to do. Oh, what's the name of the site? My Mini Factory. Oh, okay. Is that the one where people are making their own like D&D minis, their custom characters and everything? Because that's a cool thing. Oh, we need to open up, sorry, we need to open up YouTube. Sorry, YouTubers, I forgot. I just had a lapse of mind. Oh, nobody says anything. Nobody said anything. Okay, good. I'm not, yeah. I don't know, I got like nothing. I got 2 likes. Hey, I like that. That's nice. I enjoy that. We don't need this to play. I need to open this up in not this browser. This is the one I moderate from. This is called a fifth of Beethoven. Like a fifth of whiskey, but Beethoven. It is a famous funk song, and you should all know it. This is the 8-ball Don't Stop, the yacht rock. I realize that I can play this again. I can finally play my old typical intro music. Where's O Bother VOD? There it is. Forgot YouTube. Well, report, go to channel, and then report channel. I don't know how to make you a moderator there. You're just going to remain a moderator on Twitch then. Pop out the chat. There we go. Cool. Now I can close that. All right, there we go. Now YouTube should be in the fray. There have been a couple people that have like popped in because of YouTube. Apparently I got recommended and they liked my content, which is amazing. It's not something I expected to have happen. My content is completely unfocused, and generally we don't get anywhere. It's like treading water, but with engineering. But I've been putting together the pushes that it sounds like it's taking a shit, and it kind of is. Getting projects done is a lot like taking a shit. We have to. Most of the effort goes into finishing stuff because there's this wonderful act of creation and ingenuity that leads into motivated, fun work that leads into debugging, finishing, and settling of expectations. That's followed by even more of that, and then even more of that, and then a project can be finished. Generally, people don't get to that. They kind of get to the beginning of that unfun part, and then the project goes somewhere, it goes away. And a lot of people like to get under my skin by bringing up projects that I haven't finished. And I would like to get projects finished and get a better clear rate. I'm probably outgunning all of you on clear rate, to be honest, just because I've been focusing on a clear rate for a little while. But I don't want the reputation of not finishing projects. But it is the hardest part about doing this kind of stuff, is getting something to a point where you say, that's done. Because there are a lot of infinite projects. I mean, the steering wheel's an infinite project. Most of the stuff here is an infinite project. I love the version of the song that just goes, hey, and then it just echoes, and that's the end of the song. I'm technically on several toilets right now, depending on where you guys are. I'm not technically taking a shit, but I am technically on a toilet in a phone. All right, this is a little bit of room. This isn't as much as I wanted. We'll start in just a minute. I want to let people gather. Yeah, the resin printer works nicely. I'm pretty impressed with it. Hopefully we get some use out of it, more than just a little bit. I need to work on my 3D modeling and get one of those RC car bodies done, because the RC car, I want to get a maximum speed on. In order to do a max speed for the RC car, I would like to have a body on the shell, because that way it has just like a snowball's chance in hell of not breaking when I crash it. Because the crashes that I've had have completely destroyed the model, and that was expensive. I spent a little bit of money on that because it was a fun thing. You know, we could sit here and build a little RC car. Very much a high skill level thing. I didn't expect that because of all the tiny parts. There were some genuinely very tiny parts in that RC car. Is it something that you should do if you want to race around little RC cars? No, I think it's way too expensive for what it is. I think it was way too expensive. Some like really cool design going on in that model. Yeah, I don't know. The 1/24th RC is neat because you can just stick it in like a pocket, or you could put it in like a little shoebox and carry around everything you need in order to do like RC cars. But that said, the opportunities to race around little RC cars and be a 10-year-old are limited. There's not a lot of places that, you know, maybe if you can get some buddies together and set up like a garage where you all race RC cars, but still getting the Atom, the $200 kit, not really a thing. I mean, if you want to have like a premium kit, but like with these RC cars, it's more about the ability to tune it than it is to go fast, just because the electric motors are powerful enough to get you to where you need to go. And I've learned that because I bought like a really powerful motor, and it made the car drive like it's on glass. That's it. That's all it is. It can go fast enough that it's driving on glass. So reining it in from there and getting the car to run predictably is a much different exercise, and that's what I should have been doing. Oh well, I've been having fun with it. It's just I want to have a body around that thing, and actually the detail of the resin printer might mean that I could design, and it'll take a little bit of 3Ding from me. I'm not good with 3D design, but I could make breakaway panels, and I could make the Satsuma where the muffler falls off and stuff. I think that would be a very fun thing to do. Although the suspension travel is totally different for the RC car. That's why it's pretty difficult to do the bodies. Pretty difficult. I've only got so many controls here, don't I? Is it exclamation point or slash? Oh, you know what? I probably have to do it from over here. That's what it is. I was in the wrong window. Bonk. Block words, change chat modes in live, and also the capability of standard moderators. Yeah, whatever. There. Now you got all this responsibility if you happen to be around. The only capacitors that I have around here are those super caps, and the ones for the big power supply. I used to have a big collection of caps. There was when we were cleaning out the research operator, like place in UPenn. One of the guys there was kind of a hoarder, and he had a tri-wall that was filled with capacitors. Hey, there you go. Yeah, you've got like ultra moderator privilege now, for what it's worth. You know, whatever. Yeah, but this guy had a tri-wall of capacitors, and I wish I had just taken it from him. Apparently, he had a house in Philadelphia and died, and then it was just full of just stuff, like genuinely a hoarder. Man, that would have been a hell of a property to help clean out. He was a cool guy. He was kind of a mega nerd. He hung out around scientists and stuff, but he slept at the train station, even though he has a house. So I don't know. He's one of those genuinely crazy people, which is pretty sad, to be honest. But he was pretty infamous, and he was a helpful dude. He was always there to help. But yeah, he had a horde of electronic stuff. And I only wish that I could have seen and or gone through it. He's basically my end game. I'm going to end up sleeping at 30th Street Station and hoarding electronics to a fault. That'll be my fate. I'll hang out around scientists. Ah! This Benchy is obscene. The only thing that didn't really come out too well is this base plate. You can see how it's kind of wavy, and that's because it was fully supported. I had the thing floating in the air. I don't know if I should print Benchy directly on the surface. There aren't any orphans to this, so there shouldn't be anything that needs support. Might be able to just create a Benchy. All it'll do, it'll hold a little pocket of resin for the CT3D thing, but that's not a big deal. That doesn't really need to be drained. I could just stay there. So we might try to print like a Benchy at the end of this. We'll get started in just a minute. I'm sort of gathering myself. What's up, NanoCat? How you doing? I was showing off the Benchy that I resin printed just before dumping a bunch of resin on the floor and then accidentally getting resin in my mouth. Should I stream to Kick, or is Kick a complete disaster? I'll hold off on Kick. I don't think I really need to be streaming there. Kick is worth avoiding. It's all the toxicity is being concentrated in that location. How did the resin taste? It's got a little bit of a nutty flavor to it, but not in a good way. And it's basically just nasty chemical. It does have a particular flavor that I'm unable to describe properly. And it might just be from my experience of accidentally getting car fluids in my mouth. But it's not something you want to taste. It's not going to make you puke. Well, in quantity, it'll make it. You definitely, if it was more than just like a couple like atoms of the stuff getting on, you know, it tastes like it smells just like everything else. The most cursed marzipan. I don't really know how to describe it. This Benchy is not, of course, fresh off the presses. There's a little bit of dirt and grime in it from just my handling it. Tastes like the DNA in your head is melting. Yeah. Tastes like future tumors. Whatever. A fingernail with a little bit of resin on it is not going to kill me. And it's probably not going to give me cancer in the time frame, you know, of the amount of years that I've left on this planet. So I'll be fine, but it sucks. I could run to the hospital and they'd be like, what the fuck do you want us to do? Seems car body filler, a little bit's probably good for you. I don't know about good. I don't know about good. All our testicles are full of microplastics now anyway. I just got macroplastics. Super tough resin? I don't know who Clements Mayer is. I don't know nothing about nothing. Apparently there's celebrities in the world of resin printing. I'm just showing off how freaky accurate this benchy ended up. Freaky, freaky. We'll probably do another benchy today. I don't know. Maybe something else. Probably benchy, though. Just because it's fun to have a flotilla of benchies when you're done setting up your printer. The printer didn't need any setup, though. I mean, it literally just hit the ground running. It was totally fine. However, I tilted it. And so I splashed resin all over the printer, which means that I had to go to the very atoms of the printer. I had to strip it down to its bones in order to get all that resin out of there. Do you think this will sink? There, you can get biblically accurate benchies. You can get benchies that are designed to float. The models are all over Thingiverse. They have to redistribute it a little bit because it's obviously not balanced. But this thing is a solid plastic base. Yeah, like I said, this is like stronger than I thought it would be. Like I can't really get it to like bend and distort. It might be brittle, but 1.12 gram per centimeters cubed. I don't know. I don't know what that number means. That number doesn't mean anything to me. It's like a nothing. What else is going on, man? Watching another streamer do a bunch. Oh, is it more dense than water? That's unfortunate. Yeah, this will go straight to the bottom then. Watching another streamer make giant sparks. I used to make giant sparks. I used to do cool stuff. We get a little bit more into the weeds in terms of engineering now, and hopefully the people who we pick up along the way, the people who end up, attached to our underbelly, learns a thing or two about a thing or two. I hope this smarter content will, help people out. One day we'll do something stupid. I don't know. I don't have any stupid projects in my brain right now. I'm trying to set up all these cool things. So more hair. I want to print those RC car bodies. I need to learn a little bit more about the modeling, and I found some mistakes in one of the Lancia bodies that I was working on. So I need to get a little seat time with the Fusion 360s. But my uploading has lapsed. I finally reached that point where I just mentally can't do anything else. I'm just so sick of it. I will continue with it. Tomorrow I have to do errands in order to keep myself alive because it's just me and the dog right now at the house, so I don't have those little support structures that kind of keep me creative. I need to actually like do a big errand and get a bunch of stuff from a bunch of different places and then come back and make sure the dog didn't explode while I was gone. She'll be fine. But yeah, so in the meantime, all of that little space where I would do the creative stuff, it's been taken up by uploads. I'll have time tomorrow. I think I'm going to be able to get ahead a little bit tomorrow and get that rolling again. I have about 120 left to do. I've done about 250, so it's not for lack of effort. I've certainly put in effort. I put in a lot of effort into those uploads. So I hope the channel doesn't completely die, but we'll see. I haven't listened to the Eagles since I had a Pentium 3. Ironically, unironically is basically the name of the game for this playlist. This is a yacht rock, as in people who own yachts listen to this kind of stuff. But it's from what is it? The Space Cowboys, which are a music collective for Burning Man. So I would imagine you roll into a deep house party and hear this, and it's great because And again, like I say, ironically, unironically, like I'm listening to this because this kind of light corporate rock is fun and funny, and at the same time, it's kind of okay, which is actually the whole point of that genre. It's kind of okay. It's kind of okay. It's not really offensive. It's not much substance to it, It's kind of a little bit dickless. I like my song to have dick, but Oh, the Brew Controller. Some of y'all have never seen the Brew Controller, and it shows. I can show you guys this thing. Just took it off of the wall. Or off of the bench. It was part of the bench, and I was kind of weighing it down a little bit there. So, this is designed to control my heat recirculated mash system, my Herms brewing system, not hymns, Herms. And it is a bunch of industrial equipment that I had lying around. So I got a proper emergency stop, the one that flicks to the side, you know, the little guy right there. Got a selector switch. I think one just turns on the Raspberry Pi, and the other one turns on the whole system, I think. I forget which one is which. Should have labeled it. We've got a start button that does a magnetic contactor, and then status lights for the 2 pump motors, I think. One of these lights up when the heater is on, I think. Maybe it's these. I should have labeled this. I never labeled it properly. And then, of course, the IP address for the Raspberry Pi, because you have to remote into it. So if I turn this to the side here, I can unlock it. These screwdrivers are all too small for this thing. It's not a key. It's just a... There you go. Oh, no, it was the wrong way. I haven't opened this thing up in a while. Oh, it is open. Okay, so that's in the open position. And if I try to open it up, it won't open until I turn this off. And then it opens up because it's got a lock that doesn't allow you in. So we built this like an industrial cabinet. So I've got all this good stuff in here. All the contacts over here. Everything is labeled with shrink wrap labeled tubing. Everything has ferrules on it. There are a few cases where I couldn't fit ferrules, but mostly everything is ferrules. I've got a 4-line VFD. These are the backs of all the big switches, and then the umbilical carrying from one end to the other. And then I've got the circuit breakers for the various components here. I have 2 solid-state relays, which are big heatsink modules. They're insane. I've got 2 regular old relay modules, and then a Raspberry Pi that has Brew Pi. It's a system that lets you log into your brewing thing, and it does all the control systems. And then this is the contactor down here that's hooked up to the emergency switch. And this is all DIN rail stuff. It's pretty cool. I should put one of those power meters on this thing. But then I've got all the proper connections at the bottom, and I've got a fan and a vent in. So the fan is moving air into, oh no, it's moving it out of the box, just to make sure that everybody gets some air flowing over it. But it's all done in the proper way. Now I do actually have an alternative enclosure to this, because I want to put the screen and some of the other controls on a remote thing instead of having this big hunking thing on a monitor stand. But yeah, this thing is crazy. It's just, this is a stream project for a while. This is one of the things that I've actually finished. Fuck the haters. We build some cool stuff here. And you close it up. Lock it. Ooh, that was a big snap. Reset the button. Hit the start button. Thunk. This is the best part. When you hit this button, it goes thunk, because it's charging up this thing here so that it closes the circuit. And when you work on it, there's a key that you put in here. That's what one of those weird keys was that I brought out. There's a key that goes in here and locks it out, so that if you have some dumbass operator try to turn on the circuit and activate things, it will not click in and contact. And then you have it go through the emergency stop button, so that when the emergency stop button is hit, it de-energizes the coil. Because this thing will hold itself energized until you break the circuit. Neat. Clunk. So when that's on, you can't open the cabinet. But this is something for like escalators and like motor control stuff. Same with the contactor. This thing is more for like, I don't know. I guess having an emergency stop is fine if you spill water on it or something like that, because it is a brew system after all. This is a fun project. Not a lot of room for wiring in here. That's the only problem with it. The larger enclosure is so that I have room for wires, because what you're really supposed to do is all these connections should have wire organizers in between them. What is it called? It's like squid something or other. But you have ducting in all of these things so that when you need to replace a component, you just undo the screw terminals, move the wires back enough, get it off the DIN rail, a new one drops in, and everything is practically in place for a new thing to be put in. It just lets you like streamline stuff like that and make it a lot simpler. Oh, I've even got a little light in here. I didn't know that. I forgot about that. A little light. A little light. Why is this in here? Oh, it's a Dremel branded light. Oh, and I glued a magnet to it. That's right. I forgot about this. Just in case on a dark day, everything goes down and I need to come in here and repair stuff. I got this little light. Ridiculous. It's on a nice little arm too. I don't know if I should maybe move this over to the milling machine or something. I'm gonna move this to the milling machine. This should not be inside of my brewing system. It's not really incredibly useful at the milling machine either though, because it's not that bright. But if you do need another source of light, I guess it could be useful. Yeah, no doubt. You want as little downtime without beer as possible. So you've got to make sure that your brew system is all ready to go. Where won't it be in the way? Put it on the side of the control panel, maybe? There we go. Just in case. Just a light in the darkness. All right. We should get started. Get the music out of here. What window? Oh, there it is. I have too many windows. Hi, hello, it's me. I didn't stream on Friday, and I didn't upload anything today. It's a rare day. I've been uploading things for 250 days, and today I did not. I actually had a lapse in my uploads. God forbid the YouTube algorithm is going to come down on me like a sack of bricks. But I guess it's a good little experiment just to see what happens. The YouTube channel is not gaining as much traction as I thought it might. Although to be fair, a 5-hour video every day is a lot to be uploading without clips, without edited content at all. The edited content maybe eventually will come along. I need to finish these 110 uploads still. And once I do that, I can then focus back in on editing stuff as my 3 videos a week-ish go up automatically to the streaming section of the Oh Bother VOD channel. So I'll be my mental state will be freed a little bit from the burden of going over that content constantly. I figure I didn't want to do Dave's synthesizer today, his VCO, because I'm just at an impasse with it. There's a noise. Hold on. All right, that might be a little better. I didn't want to go over Dave's synthesizer again because I'm in a state with that. I need to do some hardcore circuit like work with that in order to make that happen properly. The circuit is sort of a known. We know they're very closely following the M3, the TB303 is being very closely followed by the M303, but one of the components that we replaced, God forbid if that's not a series of transistors, if it's some other type of chip, we put the wrong chip in maybe, I don't know. I don't think that's the case, and I can verify that by going over the schematic, but I just have not had that time or mental capacity at the moment. I'll get to it though. I'll get to it, and we'll get to the bottom of that thing. But I'm not going to do one of those streams today. I'm not sure if I'll do it tomorrow or not. Today, I want to set up this little hood over here that I put under the brew table. The brew table has the controller that I'm leaning on. I was just showing that off. I took that down in order to make room for the Creality 3D printer tent that I bought. And it turns out this thing on its side gives me enough room for the resin 3D printer and some of the stuff that's needed to run a resin 3D printer. You don't need all the bells and whistles, and I guess I watched a couple videos and they were talking about how they have like an ultrasonic cleaner and stuff like that. You don't need that. You don't need a little like house for the print to sit in to cure. as long as you have a window that gets sun. So sun can cure your prints pretty well. A Tupperware full of rubbing alcohol, or you're not really rubbing, electronics isopropyl alcohol, and you just drop the sucker in there and shake it a bunch is perfectly fine. But resin tends to smell, and some people have different reactions to it. I tend to not really notice the smell at all. I have very sensitive nose, but the slight smell of plastic resin does not drive me into a frenzy. Maybe the stuff I bought is a little bit less stinky than others. It is a clear resin, which I think carries some weirdness to it as well. But as long as I keep stuff in that little tent, it's not that bad. However, opening the tent and stuff like that, I don't want to expose anybody but myself to this stuff. So I bought from Amazon a nice cheap Honda Civic exhaust. I'm going to put this on my car. Now this stick at a 45-degree angle up from the bumper. Now this is a $20 activated carbon filter that is designed for hydroponics. Yeah, it depends on the resin. Fiberglass ones can get evil. Some of those are nasty. Yeah, those are nuts. I've worked with a little bit of fiberglass resin in my day, not a lot, but some of them are designed. Those will take the paint off of your paint. Yeah, this thing is like $20, and supposedly this will get rid of a lot of smells, and I'm hoping that it does really well for the resin. What I'm going to do is this goes inside of the tent, and then the blower fan that I have goes outside of the tent, and hopefully this thing does its job. Now, when it comes to replacing the material inside of this thing, I have no idea. I don't know what I'm in for. One day I will have to replace all of the material on this, but I shouldn't need to run the fan very hard with this thing. I'll have to find my ducting as well. Vinyl ester? Oh, it has ester in the name. That's probably... yeah, this thing is neat. It's got little hanging tabs on it and everything. It was nice and cheap. The only problem is it came in a cardboard box that sung to the heavens what it was for. It's like, Hydra plant grow filter. It's like, get the smell of pot out of your air. And I'm like, wait, no, that's not why I bought this thing. I have much better purposes. Yeah, so I want to set up that tent a little bit and just kind of have a chill day where I don't have to do reverse engineering. But to justify all of this, I need a printer. And I know the people here I've probably already explained it to, but that was during the stream intro, so I got to explain it again. I managed to print something. Where did it go? It's over here. It's behind the control panel. I managed to print a Benchy, because I always print Benchies first. Only one Benchy, and when I finished printing the Benchy, I threw it in a Tupperware filled with alcohol, shook it around, let it sit for a while, shook it again, put it up on the windowsill, let it cure for a while, and then took a look at it. Holy crap, is this thing detailed. These resin printers have some resolution, I'll give you that. Pretty insane. Then I decided that I didn't want to have the resin printer sitting on my desk. So I picked it up and I put it down in front of that Creality tent. And I went, well, if I put it in here, it won't smell as much. And so I open up the tent and I try to fit the thing in. Oh, it doesn't, oh, wait a minute, it doesn't quite fit. I'll tilt it back and then put it in. It spilled the resin reservoir all over the back of the printer. I said, oh crap, this sucks. And so I wiped it all up, wiped up the back of the printer, I wiped up the floor a little bit, and then I threw out the crap in a trash bag, a new trash bag, and I went to bed. I said, screw this, I'm going to bed. And I got back down in the morning and resin was everywhere. And then a day later, after I cleaned up all the external resin, because there was resin inside of the hood and everything like that, put the hood outside, let that solidify, took a look inside, and I took a look at the printer. And the printer had wet resin on some of the seams of the bottom. And I went, oh, that's weird. So I took off all the feet, wiped up the bottom with alcohol, threw all the crap away. It was getting all over the place. And pinned it all back together, put it down on the desk and said, all right, that should do. And then it got wet again. And I wiped it up again. And then it got wet again. What was happening, resin got down into the back of the printer. Namely, actually, got into the printer through the Z-axis opening. The Z-axis opening on the stock has a thing around it to protect it, but it doesn't fully protect it. It doesn't totally seal it. So the resin got down all over the motor, all over the bearing, and it got down on top of the UV light and into the base plate. Didn't get on the electronics, but it got into the base plate of the printer. And so it was seeping out through those seams. So I had to fully disassemble that printer down to its bones, which I did eventually do, but in the interim time, after doing all that cleaning and stuff, I bit off my thumbnail intentionally, because I do that, and got resin in my mouth, which was not cool. Don't get resin in your mouth. I'm gonna wash it down with alcohol. That sucked. The getting resin in your mouth is like the worst thing ever. Anyway, so it's been a little bit, and the printer is only just starting to go back together. I discovered that the glass that holds the mirror, the 45-degree glass, because you've got a giant like industrial LED, and then you have a 45-degree angle mirror, and then the LCD is on top of that. And so resin got everywhere. It got on the LCD, it got on everything. So I took out that big mirror, and it turns out it looks like that mirror had been dropped. And I think maybe that's why the printer had a flickering LED, is because maybe that piece was able to vibrate. So I epoxied all of that back together. And keep in mind, like, the epoxy didn't have a smell because the shop already smelled like resin. But yeah, all of that stuff. I got all that stuff done. The epoxy is now cured. I used like a plastic epoxy to put the 2 feet back on. We have 4 feet on that piece of glass. Let's put the printer back together, and hopefully we can roll from there. What's my glucose level doing? My glucose level is probably pretty high. I didn't tell it that I ate lunch. Let me just check in on this. It's not terrible. Not terrible, but it is a huge spike after being kind of normal all morning. It doesn't think I need any insulin, but I'm going to give myself like 4 units just to bump it down. All right, so we got to put that printer back together. Let's get the brew system out of here. I need to give this thing a nice home. I don't know where. Back in the other part of the basement, I guess. The box is probably the heaviest part about this thing, though. It's like an oil-sealed cabinet. I didn't need anything that crazy, but that's what I got. Sometimes you can't exactly specify what you get from eBay. It was the only thing that was cheap. There. Okay, here's the printer. There's a little bit of dust on that mirror. And then I've got the front, the LCD right here. Need to put this down where it's not going to damage the LCD. I'll just kind of stick it here. That doesn't work. Oh, come on. There's got to be a spot for this thing. There we go. Okay, jeez. Oh, and look at this. Frustrating. Come on. I can't win today. I just can't win. All right, untangled. It is a hot day today. I am already sweating. I'm gonna have to live in the fan. Live in the beam of the fan. All right, so I guess I shouldn't be completely concerned with the little spots and stuff, because this is basically just a giant diffuser and reflector. Everybody should have pretty good view of the gigantic LED. I think it'll be okay. It doesn't need to be super duper optically clear. Probably doesn't hurt if it is, but yeah. So here's my epoxy job, and yes, it is very sloppy. Yes, it is kind of drippy, but that doesn't matter. It looks as though these two, this one was completely broken off. This one was dangling by a thread. And then I've got 2 big chunks missing out of these. And those 2 big chunks correspond to those 2 bolts right there. So I don't know what happened, if it was in shipping or if it was in using the printer, the previous owner. But that must have been where the damage was. Easily fixed, though. There is a little bit of epoxy that got into the bottom of the mirror assembly, and I've actually, that's not wet. It looks wet. It's not. Shouldn't be, anyway. It is. Damn it. Okay, fine. Yeah, it's a little greasy down there, but that'll get plenty of UV, so it should cure eventually. Some of the stuff I just had to kind of give up on and cure. And then, like, at the back of the enclosure, there's like a little bit over there. I took this stuff. This piece of metal went to the kitchen sink, and I actually found that warm water does a job removing the resin. It does just about, like, hot water does just about the same job as alcohol does. So I was able to kind of save my sanity a little bit by taking select pieces of this thing over to the sink and washing it off. I actually put the resin reservoir in the dishwasher, and I ran the dishwasher. It worked. You know, if you're washing the resin off, it's not water soluble. It's hydrophobic to a degree. The water beads up on it. But if you use warm water, it'll flow a little better. And then I think it just doesn't have a choice at that point. It just gets washed away. So that helped me a little bit. Alcohol is really what you should be using. But yeah, anywho, I'm going to get the mirror back in, and then we've got to take the front off, and then I can get the top on the bottom, and I can plug in all the plugs that we marked. Mean green. I've been meaning to get a little bit of mean green because it's supposed to be really good in the ultrasonic cleaner. I haven't had a lot of stuff to ultrasonically clean, but at the point that I'll have stuff to clean, it'll be nice to have mean green around. And if that stuff's going to work well on resin, then hell yeah. So yeah, this goes back in like this in its repaired state. I don't know, you know, the amount of heat that this thing generates, I don't think it's that much. It does garner its own, you know, active air heat sink, but there would be a lot of ultraviolet light coming out of the front of this thing, but I don't think dust and grime is as much of a concern. There are filters on the enclosure that I had to get rid of because they melted. But like dust on this mirror, I think it's going to get diffused enough that a mote of dust is not going to be blocking a specific pixel. I guess I'll learn. I'll learn if the prints are suddenly low quality, but... All right, let's get the mirror back in before I talk myself in more circles. I need my screws. Those are over here. For the reservoir, the resin reservoir, it's held in by about 250,000 screws. And I found that the best thing to do is to have an electric screwdriver. This thing is absolutely vital. This thing is now a completely necessary and worthy tool for redoing the plastic on the reservoir, because it trivializes putting in 1,002 screws. Why is this like... Huh. Weird, did I lock it? Strange. We don't need this today. I'm going to put this away. Where does it go? It goes here. Okay. I got Life in the Fast Lane stuck in my head. It's a good substitute for alcohol. Does it not reek? Acetone soluble? I was thinking about breaking out the acetone. I do have mineral spirits somewhere around here too. Mean green probably would have been a good one. Although acetone would start to take off the coating, I bet. I don't know if these are powder coated or if they are... I would guess that this is powder coating. In which case, I think acetone would be okay. And exposing it was the worst idea that I had. Exposing the resin, because then you have a very thin layer of resin that's hard to remove. That weird sander that I got, that I showed you guys the other day, the one that's all just little fiberglass things, was really good at removing the resin from the bottom of the reservoir, just because it was an awkward shape. Yeah, the acetone is a very carefully used tool. Very careful with that stuff, because it's a beast. I'm going to do like 2 of these and then just want to use the... Yeah, I'm going to use the electric one. I'm going to use the electric one. It's more show-offy if I use this thing. Life in the fast lane. That's one that hasn't been memed. Freebird has been memed. Sorry. Blast acetone through stuff with compressed air. What the fuck? All of those chemical safety board videos where an entire industrial complex fucking explodes because a motor made a vibration and it released a cloud of dust into the air. Not flammable, just dust is enough to cause massive explosions. And you, meanwhile, you're releasing a cloud of an already highly flammable caustic solution into the air. Got a Makita electric screwdriver that has a clutch. The cool thing about this is that, well, I mean, this thing is pretty powerful, but basically what it does is once it seizes up, you don't have to use it. You can take your hand off the button and then you just torque it yourself. Containing pipes into a catch can while you're smoking a cigarette. Hello? Why are you not moving? I removed your screws. Please respond. Also, I can go very slow with this one, which is also neat. There we go. So I gotta be careful because these flat cables, they're not that bad. I've had pretty good luck with them over the years, but you don't want to poke the bear. There's the LCD, the touch screen off of the front. Now we have access to all the stuff that I need to work with. Yeah. Oh man, so for such an easy, simple printer, this has been quite a labor to get this thing back up. And it's all by my own doing. This thing came in a state where it was pretty much working. And I ruined it. I guess I'll use a hand screwdriver for these. So I already have the bit loaded. Get that out of there. This is a lot lighter than the electric screwdriver. Although there are those really slick-looking tiny electric screwdrivers. I wonder how those are. They're probably kind of expensive, though, aren't they? And then I had, you know, Mahalo sent me that electric one. I'm glad I have it now. It was... I don't know how I lived without it. At least in the projects that I've done recently. It's nice that I have it. All right, so I'm going to put this in real loose first, just because the broken legs, I think they line up, but I'm not sure. What's up, Matthew? What is going on? I can't get this thing to line up. Find your home. All right, hold on. Oh, yeah, it's like way off. I see. So it butts up like exactly on target with the giant LED at the back. It has to be basically like right up against it in order for the screw to go in. Which, I mean, you know, that makes sense, but there's less wiggle room than I thought. Having glued these back on, I was kind of concerned about them aligning. And also, epoxy got into them. Sorry, resin. I call it resin now. There we go. That took a minute to start. This is basically an overhead projector with electronics inside of it. Oh, wait a sec. I'm dating myself. All the people, all the Zoomers watching don't know what an overhead projector is. For a little bit there was this interstitial period where we had a digital overhead projector. It wasn't just projectors for monitors. We had like an LCD that you would put on top of the overhead projector. Because, you know, transparencies are cheap. And then you don't have to learn how to use a computer. You can just draw on a transparency, draw on a piece of cellophane. All that cellophane that we used back then is probably in our balls now. It's become microplastics in the ocean. These are the microplastics of our lives. You still have some overhead projector pens? It's just a dry erase, right? Or no, not dry erase, wet erase markers. I got some wet erase markers. We used to do the stream starting sign. I used to write down what the project was on a little wet erase board. And then after stream, I'd go wash it off in the sink. I still have it. It's sitting up against Burn the Subs. It's got a bunch of projects on it that we never finished. All right, moderately dust-free. I have a feeling that these fans kick a lot of dust into this enclosure. I just have a feeling. I wonder how that affects prints. Like, shouldn't there be more of a diffuser? I mean, like, this is such a weird scheme to me. I don't know if this is the reason why this printer is the faster printer. It does, like, I don't know, 70 something or others per second, whereas the other ones are like 13 or 12. The 700, the other ones are 13 and 12. I have no context for that number, nor do I know the units, but apparently that's what Jacose said. I guess that's a thing. I don't know to what end, but I don't know how you would get a resin printer to go faster than another one. Part of it, maybe the LCD is just some kind of special sauce. Are they using color LCDs for the other printers? I think they would all be monochrome, but maybe because this one is for like movie screens, but movie screens are 24 frames per second, so it's not like they boast anything over the other LCDs. And one of the discussions that we had at the beginning of the stream was like, what is this LCD from? Because they're not manufacturing LCD screens specifically for 3D printers. 3D printers are little tiny, you know, toys compared to like a professional application for something like that. And, you know, the prevailing thought, the best thing we could think of that this thing would be, that LCD would be useful in, is something like a DLP projector. You would have your red light source, your blue light source, and your green light source, and you would put them through their own 12K LCD and then mix them back together again and project them out for like a big projector. That's all I can really think of. What's all this crap? I don't know. You guys probably know, some of you out there probably know better than I do. And I say probably, I mean definitely. All right, let's get the top on. I need to get the top on, we can plug everything in, and then we'll put the front piece on, and then I'll power it up and take a look at everything. Make sure that the LED doesn't flicker. Part of what I think may have happened is this connection right here might have become loose, and if it does flicker in the future, I'll put ferrules on these two screw terminals, and that'll help keep things from fraying and getting loose. But it seems like maybe something broke this back here where the LED is, and I don't know if that caused it to flicker or not. I had the whole thing apart, by the way. This LED is kind of a comprehensive little bastard. There's a lot of stuff to it. Apparently you can get these on Alibaba for 35 bucks. It is another one of the items that is going to go bad on the printer eventually. LCD will probably go bad first, which is $130. So this printer will end up costing as much as a new one in the end. Oh, but that's always the lesson that we learn. Now this is still gloopy. There's still nastiness to this. I did not feel the need to clean it up much because I exposed it to ultraviolet. So like this bolt right here is full of resin. I did have to very carefully clean the bottom of the LCD. So that should be clean enough that I'll be able to get prints out of it. There's a little bit of cloudiness on it, but I think ultraviolet will still get through. Hey, what's up, Brink? How you doing? So yeah, I exposed this whole bottom piece to UV, and hopefully it solidified a lot of the wet stuff that was getting in. But yeah, part of discovering the disaster was that resin had leaked across the LCD, which was a big no-no. A little bit of a resin smell from the bottom here. There may still be some parts over here on this pillow block and coupling that have some wet stuff on them. But for the most part, I did expose the bottom of this thing, so it feels like plastic now. But there shouldn't be any wet resin anywhere around it. This is the main ingress for the rest of the system, because when it spilled over this corner, and so a lot of it came in through there, and then across the LCD, and across all of my other stuff. God. What a disaster. Okay, so the wires need to go down and in. We'll cup this in my armpit for a minute here. This goes down and around. And then this goes down and around. Oh, and then I get grease all over my hand. Great. I can't touch anything. Oh, no, the microscope's in the way. It's a giant metal build plate, so it's got a lot of inertia. Is that still... Yeah, it is. What the heck? Where did that come from? You got it open, shove some caulk in there? No. All right, get some Q-tips on this thing. There's just so much resin everywhere. I've been cleaning up so much resin. This over here. Oh, and I left a big fingerprint on the I put a new screen protector on, so all that resin is off of the LCD. These screen protectors always traumatize me, and there's just going to be an area of the screen that I'm going to avoid using. For this one, it's over here and over here, where it just didn't quite fit perfectly. Just annoying. But before I put the reservoir on, I'll make sure to clean that off, that big fingerprint that I left behind. A new toy and it's already broken. Oh, no. I bought this broken. I bought it specifically because it was broken. This was from, oh, what are they called again? Something or other resellers. I'll pull them up again, but they resell broken printers. Oh, another thing on this that's broken is the Z-axis sensor. It broke, like the whole piece of it was coming off. I guess I could buy a new Z-axis sensor, but I got this one running, and it was covered in resin, so all I had to do was solidify the resin, and then Bob's your uncle. So this plate I did not wash off, but what they do is they'll sell you 2 printers for cheap, and you buy 2 printers, and you combine their parts in order to make one working printer. So I figured I wanted to go into resin printing a little bit, explore the technology, get to know how it works, the same way that I did with 3D printing, which is to just stack up and buy an actual printer and then start using it. I'm not allowed to have nice things. What are you talking about? This is a very nice thing. This is a very nice printer. There's still resin at the bottom of this, and it's really bugging me, but yeah, this needs just like an additional wipe up. Hold on. You don't have to buy broken things. Yes, I do. The thing is, though, I actually told them I was a streamer. I said, hey, Twitch TV, oh bother. Check it out. And so I think what they did is they sent me one of the ones that was in better shape, because I sent them a message saying that I was concerned about, what is it? I was concerned about the LCD. I didn't want to have to buy a $130. What just happened here? I thought I searched something. So the printer is from a company called NV_liquidation_ LLC. NV Liquidation LLC. They've got an eBay store, and you can buy 2 broken printers for about $130 for this model, and combine their parts in order to create one printer. They sent me one that supposedly had a flickering UV lamp, which I haven't experienced yet. The UV lamp did not flicker for my Benchy print. It worked perfectly fine. Had a great time. It might have been just because we took it apart initially. We may have, or maybe in shipping, it got kind of manhandled in shipping. And so maybe that solved the wiring issue that led to the flickering LCD. Either way, it seemed as though I had a completely functional printer from them, which is an amazing endorsement of their system. You know, I was willing to get into the nitty-gritty and try to fix a flickering driver or reverse engineer something. I didn't have to do that. Yeah, buying broken things is actually kind of a way of life, to be honest. And it's a lot of fun if you know electronics on a level where you're kind of unstoppable. And also a $130 mistake in order to make stream content would have been just fine. You know, I kind of planned that one out a little bit and sort of thought about, well, if it's a totally broken printer, I could at least get a little bit of content out of it. 130 is a bit steep for, you know, a lemon in terms of the stuff that I buy, but I was willing to take that risk, which is, you know, sometimes you guys see me taking these little risks. They don't pay off in any way. This one kind of did, but like in terms of getting viewers and having content and stuff like that, like they don't really pay off that well. But I got a really nice printer out of it. They sent me a mostly working model. And then in order to really play in on my karma, I printed a Benchy and then spilled a whole bunch of resin all over this thing by accident. I totally screwed this thing up. Not really totally screwed it up, but I mean, you know, I could have not screwed it up. I could have tried that. I got resin all over it. And so you see me, I'm mopping up resin that's coming out of some seams here. This is the only piece that I didn't put on in this kitchen sink and wash out. Maybe I should have. Yeah, so I lucked out on this. I lucked out on this considering this type of printer, resin printers, are very simple machines. You have one motion axis. You have an LCD. You have a big UV lamp, a mirror, a driver board, and then a lamp driver board and some fans. Those are not particularly complicated units. I mean, if you're Ben Heck, you go through all the trouble of like reverse engineering an LCD protocol. I have no idea how engineers work with these fucking things. They're so complicated, they're so weird, they're so fragile, and they have so many ins and outs. I don't understand how people work with LCDs, and that's like a shortcoming of me and my own knowledge base. But, you know, you can just buy like the major components and replace them. So that's generally what you do with something like this. You don't really fix specifically like individual things on this. Although, yeah, an expensive bag of useless bits. It would have had, the motion stuff would have had a new life in the CNC machine that I'm going to build. Yeah, it might have been a $130 single axis purchase. I lucked out though. We got it running again. I was hoping that the LED driver board would have had something bad on it and I could have replaced one of the components. But we have had the worst time trying to replace individual components on devices. And Dave's module sitting right here staring me in the fucking face. This fucking thing right here, I'll tell you. We've chased down the signal and it looks as though the filter's broken. It makes total sense that it would be broken. Because if power goes the wrong way, worth it for just the spicy USB sockets, the 24 volt one. This is the warning label you get. It's this caution with tiny little text next to it. And that warning tells you that 24 volts will go through those USB sockets. By the way, the filters that I bought, those carbon filters with the USB sockets that I spent $25 on, they're dead. They are long since in the garbage. Because I spilled a bunch of resin on it, and I actually, spilling all that resin on it, rendered it looking exactly like the one that I got in the package with the printer. The one filter that I got with the printer was all covered in resin. It looked exactly like the one that I spilled on. But now we've got better carbon filtering going on. And I'm printing inside of that hood. So even, by the way, when I did run this, I had the two filters on it going. And those did enough to remove a lot of that smell. Because when you put the cover on, you're closing the air off on this unit. And so if it's just the air that's inside of this chamber being run through that filter over and over again, theoretically you can have enough of it pass through that it'll filter out some of those nastinesses. Probably doesn't do an amazing job, but it does enough of a job. I mean, not to mention that the resin was also not very high odor. So, by the way, having handled these pieces and put them back in, I can tell there's a little bit of greasiness in my hands. And so I am not going to be putting my hands in my mouth until I get a proper rinse down of my whole body. No hands in mouth, no biting off. I clipped off my fingernails with the flush cutters. Those flush cutters, also flesh cutters, those flush cutters are really good at getting my nails did. Like, they do a really good job. So I don't have fingernails, so I'm not going to bite off a fingernail, but that would be the #1 cause for me of getting resin in my mouth, biting off my fingernails after doing something like this. This still has, in all of the seams, little bits of that resin, so I'll probably be cleaning it up until the day I take it apart. But the thing is, like, this whole thing is gonna get all greasy when I do my first print. Oh, and then for those of you that are like looking at this as, oh, maybe I should get a 3D printer too, one of these resin things. One of the first things that I did was 3D print an adapter block that goes on this. Because this axis, you've got one Z probe on this thing and it just goes up and down, right? There's resin on the backboard? Where did that come from? Oh, jeez. Hold on, I'm just gonna clean that before I move on. I don't want that dripping anywhere. One of the things that happens is when your print is done printing, you still got that gloopy resin all over everything because it basically lifted it out of a gloopy tank, right? So when you do that, you can save a lot of resin by putting the entire axis on an angle. And sometimes they have stuff that clips it to the side of your printer. I got one, or printed one, I 3D printed one that just gets held down by this bracket here, and then the whole build plate just goes to the side, right? And that way you can let it drip out for a while after the print's done, and it helps you save on that epoxy. I also got a magnetic bed so that you can remove the base plate from the bed and then throw that into a tub of alcohol. Or what I do is I remove it and then I scrape it and the thing drops into alcohol. But that bed added 3 millimeters to the bottom of that plate, and so I had to put spacers in on the Z-axis probe. And then later I discovered that the Z-axis is broken. The little sensor's broken. I can probably get a new one of these, but I can also just use the one that I have. It still works. We'll test it again today. Here's a hair covered in resin. All right, so before I polish up the LCD, let's get the front plate back on. Oh, and I need to plug in the main LCD. So let's get this into a position where I can work with it. What is that position going to be? Where's there another? Yeah, there's one right here. Whose hair is that? They've got a massive split end. It's not dog hair. That might be dog hair. Whoever's hair this is, they have huge split ends. One more a little bit up. You talking about this hair? This hair that's everywhere? Confirmed for not having split ends. That's right. What are you seeing, Slime? What's up, Slime Swallower? How you doing? Speaking of slime swallowing, I actually got resin in my mouth. Stupid. Doing exactly what we're doing right now. It gets into your nails and stuff. And so I ended up biting my nails, because I bite my nails. And having done that, I ended up eating resin. How's it taste? A little bit nutty and very chemically. I'm trying to... I don't quite know how to put my finger on it. It's like the most cursed marzipan in existence. Yeah, I don't know if I have the language to describe how it tastes, but it's horrible. It's absolutely awful stuff. Here, I need to get the light a little differently. A cut in the metal behind the screwdriver that's being mistaken for a hair. I'm trying to look. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it goes from completely clean to utterly out of control in an amazingly short amount of time. Why can't I seem to like see the thing that I'm looking at? I don't understand. It's like everything is just out of focus. It's horrible. I guess just because of all the light that's on everything. Am I in focus? Kind of. All right, so let's get this thing back together. So we do this one. Yeah, I mean, what I did is after a print, I kind of put everything away, and then I went, you know, I don't really have to sit here and smell this. So I decided to put it into the enclosure where it's going to live. And in doing so, I tilted the printer back. I made that mistake. Tilted it back, and the reservoir dumped out all over everything. Go. This has a clip. Yeah, I've never used a resin printer before. It makes a lot of sense, the technology. And it makes the cleanest print that I've ever seen. My God. It's just like immaculate prints all day. But when things go wrong, they really go wrong. How's the project going? Pretty good. I mean, I got a good print out of it. I got one of the best benchies that I've ever seen. One of the most accurate benchies I think I've ever done. Pretty cool. You can see inside of it and stuff. Very cool. The clarity is kind of perfect. It's not shiny on the outside. I wonder if well, no, this stuff does differently with heat. If I expose it to a torch, I don't think it'll smooth it out like with the FDM stuff. But I mean, that's a really impressive print. And I'll have to find uses for this thing. It's funny, one of these plugs in so that the pins are facing me, and then the other one plugs in the opposite way. Is that actually how this plugs in? Or does it get flipped around? We can look up a video on this, and I can put that one to bed. I didn't put any markings on it. This is the UV printer project. We're gonna put why is it holding on like that? We're gonna put this thing into its home and get the filter on it, and we can figure out something that we want to print. I think this is the way it goes, like that. The pins go down on these connectors because they press down against the pins. Also, that just fit in nicer. I don't know why I'm putting the tape back. I don't really think the tape is necessary. Oh, this one's pins are facing up. Wait a second. We got to check. I got to look up. Why is it disassembled? Because I tilted it backwards and the reservoir puked out. And when the reservoir puked out, it got resin inside of all the internals. So I had to pull the whole thing apart and clean resin out of the inside of it. Saturn 3 Ultra LCD. That's all the results are. Every single result is for replacing the LCD. Every result. Nobody does anything else. This is not the ink tank printer. This is different. I have so many printers. This is the resin printer. I was on eBay and I was looking around at stuff and I saw this place that sells you broken printers. And I was like, I got to do that. Just because that's exactly the kind of content that we, love here. Fix a broken thing. It turns out it was in much better shape than I thought it was. It was in excellent shape. So apparently the universe decided to right that wrong by making me dump shit all over the place. Okay, what side is that? That is the side, is that the side that says LCD or not? Well, if this is coming out this way, and it goes, that side is the same side that's plugged in. So I do have it in right. Wow, this thing is all over the place. This one's all twisted up. Yeah, it's the smoother side. It's the side without the pins on it. Okay, so that's correct. And then that one's plugged in 1 for 1. Yeah, the smooth side that says LCD on it. Okay. Yeah, they unplug it at the base. I unplug the other side. That one has the blue stuff facing upwards. If I were to plug this one in flat, I guess the blue stuff, yeah, would still face upward, and the pins would face down. This one has pins down, but then this one has pins up. It's very inconsistent. Okay, well, let's get this thing back in. Keyboard cleaning. You can unplug the keyboard to clean it, The worst is when you spill something on the keyboard and you're like, all right, I gotta see if it works. Does it work? And you hit a button and it hits 12 buttons. Like, I did not just hit 12 buttons. My hands smell like resin now. Just because of the micro coatings of resin that are on this thing. Oh, there's a clean mode? Oh, I see. It's just a profile with everything disabled. That's pretty good. Oh, we have to plug in all the other stuff. Hold on a sec. I forgot about this. Gotta plug all this stuff in. Let's feed all these wires through. We did what this tutorial, the one that I have open on YouTube, tells us to do, which is to label all of the connectors so that you get it right. So the ones that have multiple pins, obviously, you can't really get those wrong. The best tool for doing something like this is going to be forceps. Forceps are an amazing tool. You should have a couple pair of them. So what I can do is grab the connector with the forceps and maneuver it into place. Maneuver. It's a weird word. Now, if I couldn't get my hand in there at all, I could actually have used the forceps to push down on it. Now, who's plugging in all the way over there? There's a 4-pin connector. Is that this one? I don't think this one's going to make it all the way over there. I guess it has to. How do you get over there? It probably goes the other way around the lens then. Which probably means that I need to rip up some stuff, because I don't want this getting in the way. I could feed it down and through. I mean, or I could just pass over the top here, but I don't think that's a good idea. How does that get there? Wait a second. How the fuck? What the? I guess it can go under. So now I need to feed this 4-pin cable all the way over to there, to this back corner. Get the LCD out of the way. Yeah, I'll get that out of the way. I have to plug this one back in now. I need a clean mode profile for my mouse, but then I realized that there's just a USB connector on the back of the mouse. So all I did was just unplug that connector and clean it out. This is where forceps are particularly helpful. I'm using every bone in my body. It's like using 100% of your brain. He's doing it. He's the chosen one. He's using every bone in his body. Me getting the shit kicked out of myself. Where is it? It fell in somewhere that I can't get to it. Can't see in there either. You guys probably can't either. Okay, this thing all in position here. It's not a great light angle. Getting deep into something like this, I don't have a lot of places for light to get in. There you go. That's probably blowing it out for you guys. I have a silicone rubber thing on the back of my flashlight, so I can bite down on it, which is really, really useful. Because then I have both hands available. I can get all the way up the butthole of this device. It'd be really helpful if I could see this thing at all, which I can't. Go all the way under like this. Sweep the leg. Maybe I can push on the cable from over here. Or I could tilt the whole thing. Oh, that didn't do anything. Wait a minute. That's not right. There's nothing plugged in there? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. There's another 4-pin connector here. That's where this was supposed to go. There's nothing connected there. What is that? Eating torches. You know, sometimes you gotta eat the torch. That's your torch to eat. Your burden to bear. Hold on, I gotta get this cable back because it's not actually supposed to go this way. How can I get I'm trying to like feed this. in there, get it to pinch here. God, everything reeks of resin. I mean, the other forceps that I don't know where they are. Oh, there they are. Maybe I do know where they are. They're a little bit longer. These are just a little longer. I do have one of those head-mounted lights. I used to have, I still have it. I have one of those headlamps with a retractable headband. But that thing eats AAAs. But that's what I used to use for all my soldering and stuff. And then I got one of those magnifying headlamps, the ones that the ladies who do embroidery, ladies and gents that do embroidery, actually. A lot of people are getting into that, doing stitching or whatever the hell that is. But those headlamps that they sell for that are the little headpiece, and it's like the old raver headlamp glasses. And they're pretty useful because those magnifiers are not too bad for a big piece of plastic you hold in front of your face. But it helps. Having a headlamp while working on electronics is extremely useful, just because everywhere you look, there's straight-on illumination. I think it's horrifying that the Star Wars universe has sentient robots, and they're basically slaves. And nobody's talking about it. One more, which is the 2-band one, which is this one from over here. This is the other USB socket. I guess these are just switched 24-volt sockets here. There's actually an electrician's tool for feeding in and picking wires out of stuff. I put one on my wish list, but I don't think I'm going to buy one. What does theirs look like? Hold on a sec. Oh, wait, what is this? Sorry, I read your second one first. I'm really bad about that. I had to Dremel loads off on my magnifying head thing. It tries to slice off the top of your head. Is that the one of, here, I'll show you guys. This is the one that I'm currently jazzed about, although I need to adjust to the bridge. It's a rechargeable USB, and it has a very dinky headlamp on the top of it with 2 brightnesses. But this thing is super duper cool looking. You know, you can like go to parties with this thing and you'll be pretty popular because, I mean, you cannot deny that this thing makes you look pretty cool, right? Makes you look pretty cool. But it does kind of dig into your nose if you don't adjust it properly. You really need to adjust this thing in order to get that correct. Oh, let me see what I look like. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's pretty good. But yeah, this thing will make you look great. But it is, and I'm not joking when I say that this thing is very useful for electronics. You can really see what you're doing with this, with the magnification and everything. You do need to crane yourself in and get close in order to see stuff. But then the other one that I would use is this headlamp. This one is much, did it end up in here? I thought it did. Didn't I put my headlamp in here? Well, whenever I come across my headlamp next, I'll show you guys. It's one of the Peloton, not Peloton, Percolay, I don't know, that Scandinavian company that makes the good headlamps. It's one of those, and it's got a pull thing on the back, which is really useful because when it's all together, it's this tiny little thing. That's for like camping and stuff. But yeah, it's a very good headlamp. And then it's also got a little thing that you can drop in front of the lens to sort of disperse the beam a little bit more. Petzl, there we go. Yeah, Petzl. Petzl makes good headlamps. They have rechargeable ones now. I'm not sure what those are like because when you buy a Petzl headlamp, it's like an investment. You're spending like $60, $70 on a headlamp. So it's like you buy it and then it does last forever, although it does eat through batteries. But I actually mixed 2 of them in order to make my super duper electronics headlamp that has the little beam dispersal thing on it. It's very, very nice. That is greasy. What the hell got on my glasses? Holy shit. Yeah, climbing gear. So there's an SOS mode on it too. Hold on, I apparently I washed my glasses in a burger patty. Okay, there's some light at the end of that tunnel. Damn, I was viewing through smoked lenses. What do you call that? It was like a diffuser. It looked like this in terms of clarity. But yeah, I should look into that Petzl stuff for the rechargeable, and I would have if I wasn't doing stream. As streamer boy, they call this cataract. No, this is grease on my lenses, not these lenses. Although I do see a lot of stars at night. I do see a lot, not like stars in the sky. I mean stars from any kind of light source at night. So I hope my eyes are okay. But I guess everybody sees that to a degree. But yeah, and those LED lenses for cars will illuminate everything, including your face and your retina. Oh, you mean is that like a company, LED Lenser? I like my Petzl, and I would still be using Petzl stuff, but as streamer boy, I need to have you guys able to see more than me. So I have a lot of other lights, a lot of other external lights on stuff. 25 years and still going. That's like my Petzl. My Petzl is at least 10 years old. Is it up here? Oh, I'm just looking up on the desk to see if I can see my headlamp anywhere. I don't know where it is. Huh. If I ever go camping again, I'll need it. Yeah, it's floating around the shop somewhere, but it's really cool because I combined two different ones, two different Petzl headlamps in order to make that special thing. This is the most awkward orange cable. I guess this is the only way that it really fits. All right, so everything's plugged in the base. The tracks, the base. And then we got to get the front panel on. And this little sticky goes right here. I don't know why. It's most likely that's for shipping and not for normal. Franken Petzl. I just wish that all the rechargeable stuff was available when I bought that. That's the only thing I think that I lack is the rechargeability of that thing. Because you can take one of those little like solar panels, one of those portable solar panels camping with you, or to festivals. And so during the day, you can charge your solar-powered light. Which, by the way, the best thing that you can do in Factorio, this is how you win at Factorio, is you build the frame, like the armor frame, and you attach night vision goggles to your armor frame, right? And then you attach a solar panel to your armor frame, but you don't attach a battery. And now you've got the secret configuration. It's the configuration I use in Factorio. And when the sun is setting or rising, you have perfect night vision. You can see everything. In the middle of the night, you can't see a thing. It shuts off. It doesn't have a battery, for Christ's sake. What are we, rich? We're not rich. And during the day, of course, you see normally because it's daytime. You just see. But yeah, evening and morning, perfect night vision. Do the remaining bolts. I'll tighten everything up too when I'm done this. Because I left these loose, the ones that are right before the front panel, so that the front panel can fit on properly. Somewhere or other, my finger found a very large source of resin. It might have been on these screws. These screws I put in that little bin and filled with alcohol and then shook it. I also had to dredge out one of the screws because one of the bolts because the resin got in it and then set, and so I couldn't get the hex to like bite it or do anything. Probably shouldn't tighten these because these will misalign the ones down there. Good thing they assembled this thing with about 10 different fasteners. 3 different sizes of hex key are required to just do this operation here. I guess you're not supposed to take it apart, but with the LCD being a wear and tear item, they could have gone easy on us and tried to unify their fasteners. Whatever. Considering the resolution of the print, I'm willing to give them a lot of leeway. These prints are absolutely brilliant looking. There's a protector on the LCD, so we're not risking all of our bacon at once. Okay, let's get the bottom ones on and then I can tighten everybody up. with an assembly like this, these panels can be kind of warped, and so your holes in alignment is always a little bit weird. You want to kind of start on one end and work your way around, or not quite. You want to do a star pattern with everything. So when I'm putting these things in, I'll go this one, this one, this one, this one, sometimes. But with this one, it's kind of like a C shape. So I did this side, and then I squished it in and did this side. Screws and alignments are strange things, indeed. Why do I have all of those? Oh, because this is the largest one. There we go. Yeah, we've got to do a test print, so we'll have to figure this all out. I really hope that there isn't some horrible thing preventing this from functioning now. I don't think there is, and I think I'm overstating the dangers of having like a little tiny speck of dust in there. Rechargeable batteries I thought about. It would be nice if the Petzls allowed you to use like 18650s or whatever. I think they have models that do that now. I think they have models that use the trust fire, because you can trust those to start a fire. Hooah! There you go. Okay, there's that. Tighten these up. Tighten up the top ones. Bring the reservoir over. For the test print, should I put it... I should probably put it in the hood with everything else. So we're not going to get to printing on this thing for a little bit here. Flashlight by Phoenix. Yeah, they spelled that wrong. Have I heard of that? I don't know if I've heard of that company. Yeah, I have one of those truss fire flashlights too. I use that at festivals when I was working to keep kids from selling drugs in front of our tent complex. I was just giving my friends aspirin. I'm like, yeah, do it over there. Just, we don't care what you're doing. We know you're lying to us. Just go do it somewhere else. It's like, that's literally the speech that I give. I'm like, we don't care what you're doing. Do it somewhere else. But I was just selling aspirin. No, you weren't. Just go away. Stop it. I want to be an old man. Phoenix LD1. Apparently a friend of a friend works at a flashlight company around here, and they make like big deal, super duper, like those old style where you have the big battery sitting under the lamp, but they use like modern stuff in it, and it's like they use them like on like ships. Where is my Windex? There it is. All right, give this thing a little wiperoo. Yeah, the LEDs and the batteries and stuff have all advanced quite a bit. To the point where it's very dangerous. And you see those kids on YouTube putting together insane blue lasers and insane flashlights. Those flashlights make it like fucking daylight in front of you. And they're shining it in like China, where everybody is very densely packed. There's like an apartment complex across a field that this kid is filming, and he's shining this insane, like, literal portable sun into somebody's apartment. You imagine they're like Limmy, they're like waking up squinting like, why is it already day? I have to be at work. But it's just some asshole shining an overpowered fucking lamp at you. I would get violent. Look at how clean that is. Oh, yeah. Oh, cleaner than my camera lens. At the highest level, the batteries are rated for 15 minutes. Oh, my God. What are you supposed to do with that? The reservoir. Crazy. It's like a big bass drum. There's still a smudge. I see a smudge. I see a smudge. Clean the smudge. Clean the smudge. You can scratch lenses by doing that, just taking a dry cloth and scraping it. I do have a screen protector on there, though. Why is there dog hair in this? Problem is, the longer I keep this thing exposed, the more dust can get into it. Okay, so there's dust on this. This is where the auto screwdriver comes in handy. Each one of these little holes is a screw from the other side, and then each one of these is a screw from this side. So you can imagine how many screws it takes to get this thing tensioned. It is obnoxious. So having a little electric screwdriver is absolutely vital. God damn it, there's dust everywhere in this shop. I just saw a little piece of dust jump out from me and stick directly to the LCD. Ridiculous. Need a goddamn clean room to work with this stuff. And then I'm tangled around the fan again. How does that keep happening? Why does that keep happening? It's ridiculous. Is this in before serial panel production? Serial panel production for the, I mean, you mean like the CNC is what's going to be producing panels. Is that on, what side is that on? It's on the other side. I'm going to ignore it. There's dog hair in here now. Oh, I see. It's like stuck. Ooh, did I just scratch it with my thumbnail? Yes. Oh boy. Well, I'm not going to be printing all the way over there, so hopefully I'm okay, but my thumbnail just scratched the sheet. That may cause a hole to form there, which would be pretty bad. That was really bad. I was just wiping a dog hair from the bottom there, and my thumb just dug in. I don't even have that much of a thumbnail. Look at that. There's nothing there. Oh, man. I'm learning new things. This is how I learn, by the way, is by hitting up against the bumpers and bumper pull. Oh, I still have to go through the plastic sheet to get that thing to go in. I would like to get a super serious flashlight, but having like the pen light, and this is by Coast. Coast is what I found on Reddit. Everybody was saying Coast was one of the better places, and this is an inspection light, so it makes it an extremely even dot. You guys wouldn't be able to see it on that camera, but this is a very even spread of light, and that's why the lens is so weird looking. Coast apparently makes pretty good stuff. This is rechargeable. So it's got a socket right there. And I can bite it, and it's got the lower light level. The problem is, in order to get to the lower light level, unfortunately, you have to double bounce on the button. So you have to half bounce and then go again. 1, 2. And then you get the lower light level, which I don't like. I wish the lower light level, I wish you could change the default to be the lower light level, because I got one of these for my dad. He refuses to use it. I don't know why. He walks the dog at night a lot of the time, and so he needs to have a flashlight that he can keep using. Having a rechargeable light would mean one more step. You just plug it in before you go to bed. But he doesn't do it. I'm trying to get my mother to get him to do it. Nothing. No luck. He prefers to use a fading, dying flashlight for everything. Hey, Pyro, how's it going? Oh, yeah, we need to unmod Pyro. He's no longer a mod. No, I'm just kidding. What? You can't do this to me. Why is this not? Okay, there's resin inside of here. Jeez. Okay, we got to poke that out with a screwdriver. This thing is tightening prematurely. And it's because all that resin got through, and then it held at the bottom of the panel, and then I exposed it all. Ooh, there's static noises when I lifted that. I can't believe I scratched the bed surface with this much thumbnail. It's so stupid. Oh, there's dust all over it. All right, so hopefully it's just doing this. No, that didn't do it. All right, I need to get a tap, and hopefully I don't get dust on the mirror. Oh, man, that would be very unfortunate. The mirror is right below this hole. There's not much that I can do. Even just putting that screw in, yeah, I'm gonna have to pop it open again. I did my time. I deserve it. I'm not doing anything like that. You're fine. No, look, we've got like 4 mods, and it's just people who happen to be around. The only reason Gonad got it is because he modded me. All right, let me see here. What thread are you? Oh, the one that's hardest to find. It usually is. What are we looking at? Oh yeah, that'll be it then. This one is... Oh god, that's so loud. I can't read that. Hold on, need more light. .029. 5:30 seconds? Wait a minute, what? High-speed steel, GH3, SA02. 8:30 second. It's really 8:30 seconds. I thought these were all metric. Huh. I don't think this thing uses English sizes. Why is that cold? Huh. Yeah, that's not it. Okay, good. I thought I was taking crazy pills. Need to buy more Start taps. I love my Start taps. Okay, there it is. This is M3. M4 by whatever. The common M4 size. We're still going to have to open this thing up and take a look inside again because what I'm doing right now, tapping this, is going to create dust. And that dust is going to get everywhere. So let's start it off carefully. And you go all the way down and through because this hole goes through the entire plate. Really, I should pull this off and then do it separately, but whatever. So why did that tighten up? I guess the tap probably obliterated whatever was in there. I don't really want this to fall through. That's probably through. Support the tap as I go out just so I don't kink it to the side. Don't want to kink your taps. Handle off of there. There's a tiny bit of dust on the end of it. That would be whatever coating they used on the metal probably that got in there, and their taps are probably worn out. And so it's probably taking it down to bare metal on this. Those reservoir screws are going to fit in a little bit more loosely. They should still be to specification, but they'll have more of an easy fit. But I'm not feeling anything in the threads. I'm not feeling anything limiting me here. I should be. You know, there's some reason that these things didn't go all the way in. I don't know what it is. Everybody should have some metalworking tools, and this is one of the reasons. If you're dumb enough, like me, to spill resin everywhere, it helps to have the proper tools to clean it out. Oh, this is meeting quite a bit of resistance. I'm going to go back and forth a little bit on this. Tapping is all about feel. You kind of get to know the material and how the tap should feel going through it. With small metric taps like this and appropriate sized holes, you should never be putting a lot of force into a tap. I see some people use those drill taps, and while that's probably a really good time-saving measure, I cannot imagine that they're producing good threads all the time. What up, Groove? Dude, you see the YouTubers, they're using these drill taps where you just put it on the end of an electric drill and just blast through. And then I guess the flutes are a bit larger, so. Hey, cosine, cosigan. I still love that name. Twitch has some of the best usernames. Let's just be clear. Except, you know, y'all got weird names, like Groovy something. What the hell is that? That was the front man of the Roots. Groovy was in one of his streams, and he was talking about how users on Twitch have the weirdest names. And he calls out, of all the people in his chat, he calls out Groovy something, who has the most normal sounding screen name, especially on a music stream. It's hilarious. It's like he could not have done that funnier. It's like, y'all have some of the weirdest names I've ever heard in my entire life. Like you, music liker. Where did the bolt go? Where did the fucking bolt go? Oh, it's in the bin of taps. I just put it all the way over here. Remember AIM? I do remember AIM, and in fact, I was using it on the Macintosh for a little bit. And what I was able to do on AIM is hack the hex code of the program and change the color of the text. Yeah, Roots the band is streaming for a little bit. What's his face? Questlove? Questlove. I know somebody who calls himself Questlove has the audacity to criticize Twitch names, and to call out a Twitch name, he called out one Groovy something, which is the most normal name you could possibly find on Twitch. This is getting tight too early still. What the hell? Look at that. It gets tight up here. This is not in. Okay, I gotta get the tap back here. I gotta tap deeper. Guess I didn't go deep enough. He see me though. Yeah, it's cool. It's still, that's cool that he saw you. I regret the name Hedonica. I don't know what to tell you. So there's all kinds of issues with the LCD in terms of dirt and dust and grime. Some of y'all were telling me like we did a, oh look at that, there's a ring from the screw. See, the screw went all the way down the threads and met up with this and pulled it out. I'm glad it pulled it out though. It's got better pull-out game than I have. Why are you guys looking at me weird? Wrong size. Where's the right size one? I thought this was the right size. Wait a minute. Yeah, I don't get seen by nobody. All right. So we got to go deeper than I am comfortable with this thing. I'm tempted to not read Trey Pop's message just because it would be funny. Nah, that'd be mean. But this is the one that I was using, right? Ooh, that didn't feel right. I sees you. Yeah. This is one of those small streams where if you participate, you're sure to get attention. I do feel a little bad for some of the people that try to get attention and they say something and it happens to be something that really pisses me off. Like, I don't mean to be a horrible person, but I'm a streamer, so I am. And sometimes you get treated unfairly, those of you in the crowd. This is going to fall through, and I'm going to be like, I don't know what I do when this thing falls through. Okay, that's all the way down to the hill. I cannot possibly tap that again. I've been that guy before. Well, there was the one user on YouTube, and just because it was funny, I blocked them or like timed them out for 1 second. I know when the tap spins on its own, it's always kind of nice. But I timed them out for 1 second and they were like, hey, I didn't do anything. And I'm like, as I timed you out, I said literally I was doing that because it was funny. I don't get away with stuff like that. I know some streamers are tyrants and they're like, ban that guy. And it's just like a joke, right? And everybody goes, haha, that was funny. Even the person that got banned. But we have a different crowd here. Oh boy, what's going on here? Rough section. There, okay. See, the enemy of the tap is little bits of the cut material getting into the grooves that you're trying to sort of clean out, right? Because as you're going along, you're scraping it with a blade, and what you're scraping ends up in the flute of the tap. Sometimes those arrange themselves and they get in the way, and you can feel that through the tap and through the handle. And you got to be careful. So if things don't feel right, you got to really, really have caution, because you have a cutting tool there. It cuts in both directions, because sometimes you need to actually stop and break the chip. Tapping bottomed holes, yeah, if you've got a particularly sensitive thread, like a very small thread, and you've got a hole with a bottom in it, that whole tap will come down and smack up against this, and as you're spinning it, it'll start pushing those threads down, and it can break your threads when you bottom out. So like tapping is done very cautiously. You're very cautious when you tap, and you go for a particular feel. It should glide through the cut with the same amount of force at all times. If there's a lot more, something bad has happened. And if there's a whole lot more, and then almost none, you messed up. Screw until it's loose, and then you back off a little bit. Oh man, that's so much dust. Yeah, always making stuff with through holes so the tapping is easier, or use inserts in that case. I've have my fair share of modified taps. So whatever machinists were working on the equipment whatever machinists were working on equipment before they died and bequeathed me their machine stuff, they were doing some pretty evil things. They had to kind of make themselves tools to help with those operations. So you have a tap where the threads don't taper in. It just has an end. It's just cut flat or ground flat. Tap until you feel the click. Yeah, with the thing cut, I guess you would start with a normal taper tap, and then you would move over to that one. For every quarter turn, do a half turn back. I go forward until I start to feel a little bit of crunchiness. Then you back a little bit and then forward a little bit. It's always, I don't have it as like an algorithm. I just kind of do it. Tap till you snap. I've snapped my fair share of taps. If I'm cutting new threads, yeah. My problem was with the maker beam. I was tapping the ends of the maker beam, but the hole in the maker beam is not the hole for that particular size of tap. So I need to actually run a drill through it and then the tap. But I wasn't doing that, and you can kind of get away with it a little bit, but you can see the metal distorting on the outside too when you do that. It's really creepy. Okay, so the printer is back together. For better or for worse, I have now spent 2 days getting this printer back after having the reservoir spill in this direction. And it got into this area, down into the printer. It got down along the back where the grills are, and then it got into the seams and wicked itself around the whole printer. And then it went down on the back wall and all the way front. So it was leaving puddles where I'd leave the printer. It has now been completely dredged out, almost fully disassembled. I did everything but the top plate. Wiped, washed, oftentimes in the sink. The reservoir went into the, what do you call it? It went into the dishwasher for a cycle, which actually got it very clean. I have new plastic on the bottom here, a new LCD protector. This thing should be back up to snuff. This thing should be ready to go. The build plate has been sitting in that hood for a day. It's not an alcohol. It's probably stinky and covered in greasy resin, but it should work. I guess we need to now, well, I need to go get a piece of ducting that I have, and I'm going to use the bathroom and get some water. Excuse me. I'm burping a lot. I made a tuna salad for lunch, which I guess is pretty fatty because of the mayo. And so I'm burping a lot. So what I'm going to do is let me keep you on this screen, put up a BRB. I'll put on something to make sure that you guys know that I'm still broadcasting. So put up BRB, do that, and then I'm going to hit play on this. Subway servers? Is that a game? All right. Yeah, I'll be back in just a minute, and then we're gonna put my big carbon filter into that hood. So I'll move the operation over. I don't have the Stream Deck. It'd be really nice if I had the Stream Deck over there, huh? So I could switch scenes and do a bunch of bit gags. But I guess we're just gonna go to the Burn the Subs camera, and we'll try to get my big fan over there. I don't know if I'm gonna need to rearrange stuff and clean a little bit more, but I'm not in a great position to do an exhaust fan, because there's an exhaust fan there and the window there, but I don't want to block the window. It's my only source of oxygen. And the exhaust fan is up on the ceiling. So I think what I'm gonna do is we're just gonna pull air through that filter and out of that thing, right? We'll figure it out. If you guys need to listen along, this is oh, who is this? That's a Holding On. It's like wedding music. It's just wedding music. It's look. Unironically, ironically, but also unironically good music. Be right back. Is this the, ooh, Jesus. Bee Gees and the Knocks, Captain Cuts, Staying Alive? No, that's not it. That ain't Staying Alive. You Keep the Spirit Alive. Where is it in the mix? Hold on, I gotta find it. There's a list of everything here. These did 2 Eagles songs in a row? Is this Say, Say, Say? Yeah, I'm gonna be, oh. I'm gonna be there. No, that's not it. Oh, This is Devil Woman. So what we just heard is Michael McDonald. Oh, I should have known Michael McDonald. Sweet Freedom, Child of Freedom Mix radio edit. The best of the soft rock stations around here. All right, let me get the music out of here. Nobody can hear it anyway. Anybody listening to this right now. There we go. Nice soft fade out. Okay, let's go over to... Hold on, let's get BRB out of here. Let's get the Freddy Freaker out of here. Let's go to... Well, actually, let me drink some tea here while we think about what we're going to do. So I'm putting this thing in the back of this case, and then then I have to go get duct. I have duct, but this giant filter that came in a box that was labeled Carbon Filter 4 from G Hydro, and it's got a G logo and hydro and a little pot growing operation kind of house thing going on there. This is irresponsible. This is advertising to everybody that lives around here that I'm growing marijuana, and then they're going to want some of my marijuana, and I'm not giving it out. You don't get that. It's mine. It's for me. Hey, what is this? Oh, it's a piece of plastic bag. Never mind. I saw something shiny in the bottom of this bin. I was like, oh, did I miss something? Oh no! Free up space! Uh-oh. Free up space pop-up just came up. I think we forgot to take more of this out. Let me get like 2 or 3 of these. Then I won't have to think about this for 2 or 3 more streams. Well, actually, first I'll take 1 file, cut, and then which one is that? 326. Yeah, it's a couple months later. So we need to get rid of 1, and then I'll need to get rid of a couple more. Oh my God, I've got so many windows open on this machine. And I'll put that in the streamed on YouTube folder. This is where all the things are going now. Paste. I keep records just because. Where's paste? There you go. That should free it up. Tell me a grower without telling me you're a grower. I'm not a shower. You keep the spirit alive, holding on. Do, 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 do. I had some iced tea powder left over, so this looks like, you know, barely iced tea. My dirty brown water. How goes the goop printer? I made the mistake of trying to load it up into the tent there while it was full 3 days ago, and a bunch of resin spilled out the back and got everywhere. Is it tasty brown water? Yeah, it's half and half, I think. So half lemonade, half iced tea. Probably not a good idea for heartburn, but it's Crystal Light. Oh wait, no, it's not. It's the other one. Yeah, whatever. Why does it do that? Hold on, I'm gonna cough. Why does it slow down like that? You can see at the beginning the speeds are incredible. Yeah, goop spill, I've learned, is one of the worst things possible in 3D printing. Excuse me, sorry. We're gonna go through a print here. I need to install Lychee on this computer, and then we can do like a Benchy. Okay, now that I've done that, the space won't be a problem, but I need to take everything in this folder, except for today. And I'm putting it in here. If one of these drives fails, then I lose a lot of streams. You ever manage to stick stuff on your build plate by wetting your build plate and then using PLA? No. No, I've never done anything like that. Once the buffers and caches are full. Ah. Weird. Yeah, I never knew why that would happen. That happens on my network too, which is a totally different story. Actually, my network transfers used to be very slow, and then I got Cat 7 and 8 for everything. And everybody always does this with computer stuff. They go, you don't need that fast RAM. You don't need more than 8 gigabytes of RAM. You don't need Cat 7. You don't need Cat 5. You don't need Cat 4. Yes, you do, because you want to do it once and then not think about it for the next 5 years. Because eventually people will go, you only have Cat 7? Like, as they add more and more shielding around the differential pairs. Okay. I didn't know that was open. Oh, the camera's frozen. I was like, wait a minute. Showing that scene, first of all, the camera's sitting up on top of the table. Second of all, in this shot, the hood is open, and everything would stink of resin if I did that. Why are there joysticks? That's the dual joystick setup that I still haven't finished. That's what's sitting down there, that's hanging out of the front of the enclosure there. I would like to finish that, but Cat 8 with 10100 isn't normal. The whatever Cat cables that I put in massively sped up my network, and now I get almost 1,000 everywhere, but the distances that it has to go through won't, in the end, won't get me 1,000 speed. Can we do this from this angle? Maybe. The problem is that hood has openings on 3 of the sides. There is no opening on that far side, which is where I'd want to put the fan. That's the only place the fan would fit. Unless I flipped it around, but I don't want to flip it around because all the old resin that's spilled is at the bottom of this thing. I left this thing out in the sun, and that solidified all the resin, but there's still, like, residue. I have optical networking stuff, but it's so old I don't think it'll get the kinds of speeds that it should. But I actually do have that. If I were to move my shop upstairs, I'd probably want to use the optical stuff, because then you don't get any interference. You don't get any electromagnetic interference on your lines. The lines are more fragile. That's why you don't really want them going to your desk. I do wish that the phone companies could install fiber directly to the box in the wall. That would be nice. Some people, I think, have that. I think that is a thing somewhere. I've had people boast about that before. Maybe they're just lying. All right, so this camera's frozen. We'll continue to use that arm camera. Things will be just a little bit washed out, and you guys will be just a little bit further away, but I'll try to set all this stuff up. So I have a plug strip over there. There's also a plug over there that Julian and Dave use. Julian and Dave are going to be here Friday. So Friday we're going to have my buddies here, and we'll do a little hangout stream, and they'll play music on synthesizers. Maybe I'll get Julian to try out my VCO and just see if he has any comments on what I should do to it. I was moving this desk around to get the brewing controller out, and so I had to move this whole thing out. It's on wheels, but I had to move it out and sweep up all the dog hair that was underneath it. And boy, howdy, was there a lot. There was a lot of dog hair under this desk. Yeah, so this is my desk clipping warthog thing. Problem being that I moved the clips over to the steering wheel setup. There's a lot of dust on this right now, but this is a custom plastic shell. This is before I had 3D printers, but I bought from some guy, and it's a left-handed warthog. So I've got a left hand and a right-hand warthog for space simulators, for space dogfighting simulators. Dog shit simulators in space. But obviously there's no pressure for me to develop this quickly because I built it for Star Citizen, so it's never going to be useful. All these parts are falling out of it. We got stuck on the pedals. The pedals weren't sending the signals that I thought they should. I had these VKB pedals. There's a Russian company that does sim accessories, and they have these pedals that are helicopter style, so you push one down and the other one pushes up, which is great because it's a nice, simple, single axis for me to have. I'm going to store these on this. You keep the feeling alive, holding on. Do, 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 do. I'm just getting stuff out from the other side of this so that we have a little bit of freedom. Move this thing around. The other thing I don't have is chat. I could use chat to be a little closer. I don't think my tablet's gonna work. I don't think this thing will even power on. If it does, I can open up chat on it. Oh, but then I won't be able to see YouTube chat. Yeah, maybe we won't do that. That's a very old tablet. We might have real spaceships before we have Star Citizen. If that's the way it seems, somebody needs to, like, I don't know, like arrest Chris Roberts and just like put him in a holding cell and then go to the rest of the team and be like, you gotta finish this game now. Like, this is a feature lock. Optical 10 gigabit is surprisingly cheap and easy to do nowadays. Yeah, that would be interesting to do, wouldn't it? I have a bunch of, like, from the, oh god, I don't even know what era, probably like 2010 fiber optic networking stuff. And it's like cards for computers. It's not like, I have maybe one Ethernet to optical fiber, and I don't know what speed it is. I think it might be just 10100. All right, so how are we gonna have a conversation with the, I guess I'm just gonna have to get up and go check chat periodically. Oh, and then I need to go get that duct. You guys are in another BRB. I need to go get that piece of duct. I forgot to get it. You guys have another BRB, all right? You guys just don't use the stove while I'm gone, all right? Do this, and then we'll do like, no, I don't need that. We'll keep Freddy Freaker away. All right, just give me 1 sec. Let me go get that duct. God, it's gonna get up to 90 degrees on Friday. Not boding well. So all this stuff was from my brewing, not from pot growing. This is all from brewing, except for the filter that I got specifically for this resin stuff. I saw somebody already do this, where they had a big filter like that at the back of their resin printing setup. So this is a carbon filter, and I guess what I'm gonna be doing is pulling air through that, and pulling air through that and then just exiting. The air will just exit into the rest of the shop, and hopefully that's enough to give me air to breathe. But question is, how's all this stuff going to be routed around now? That is the stinky zone. The stinky zone stinks. I mean, I guess the smell's not too bad, and I guess I can live with it for a little bit. And if I just put this stuff nearby, we can figure this out. There's two different duct sizes that I have. This is the smaller stuff, and this is the size, it looks like it's the size of the filter. And then it goes into the fan, which uses a much larger duct size. And in fact, well, those are the same size, so that works. And then the fan is a larger duct size. I have everything I need in order to run a hydroponics operation, don't I? Everything except grow lights. And the fan will sit outside of the big hood. Now this is the power supply for the printer. Printer has to go in here too. Let's see how stinky the stink zone is. That's not too bad. I'm not really smelling anything, actually. It smells like nothing to me. Here's the part that I printed. This is what allows me to put the bed at an angle. Here's the bed, sitting in its own little puddle of resin. It's not looking too bad. There is resin all over the top piece, though, that I need to clean out. And then this probably needs a wipe. Yeah, that's kind of gross. I want to keep this out of the light. I don't want that resin to solidify. My tank of alcohol. I just put the prints in here and swish. And swish. For now, anyway. I mean, I'll have better stuff in the future. And the resin. Oh, the resin's sitting in a puddle of resin. All right, I need to get... Oh, please don't ruin my jeans. I get gloves on and get some paper towels. Gloves und paper towel. So, gloves. Gloves are behind me. She's just a devil woman. These are, in fact, nitrile, so the resin might actually melt these. Although, it was the... What were we messing with that one time? We were messing with something that was immediately melting my gloves. Oh, that was the, what do you call it? Printer resin is the new craft glitter. Ah, the herpes of the craft world. Glitter. So there's a big old gaping hole in the top there that I could use for power coming in. This thing is built for a printer, so actually the power outlet is, I think, in like one of the corners up here. This is a completely solid piece. There's a hole in the top, and so I think I'll utilize the hole in the top to go up and over to the fan. I don't know, I could hang the fan from the top here. The fan doesn't have hangers on it really, though. Well, okay, let's just do this first. Time to glove up. Where's the other glove? Thought I had two. Here's one. All right. So, I'll just clean out the base here just so that I can operate without getting resin on everything. The resin that I bought is Anycubic Standard Clear, which is, it's decent stuff. It doesn't reek. It does have a smell, but it doesn't totally reek. And it made that benchy look really nice. We got to make sure none of this stuff smells because I don't want to gas out my friends on Friday. Ugh. Yeah, this is just going to remain gross and sticky. I put this thing in the sun. There shouldn't be any residue on it. I guess there must have been some left on the bottom of the... Oh, no, it's disgusting in there. What do I do about that? Can I... No, I don't think I can do anything about it. Unless I put down like a silicone mat, but then the bottom of the silicone mat's always going to be nasty. Unless I just take alcohol right now and just swish it out. There you go. There's a bunch of alcohol. And it's swishy. The whole thing. The wonderful thing about alcohol is that it aerosolizes everything. So now I get, this is where, this is where I suddenly collapse and you guys don't hear from me for another half hour. All right, let's get more paper towels on this and make sure not to stick my whole head in there because there's no oxygen. Use the same resin. It's pretty good stuff from what I know. It's the first resin I bought. What's your experience with it? Do I need to watch out for anything in particular? More paper towels from the wall. That is potent. Why don't you blow a little bit of oxygen in here for me? Woo! There we go. I used to swim, so I'm holding my breath as I go in here because that alcohol is pretty damn potent, but it's helping me get any remnants of resin out of there. Whew. Okay, so I've got to let that air out a little bit, just because if I'm going to be putting stuff in there, I do not want I don't want all that potent scent. Whew. You're drinking against the grain of the liquor. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. All right, so back corner gets the filter. And then right above it is this nice big vent here. So I can use this hole, go up and through. Has all kinds of little features like that to help help the wayward 3D printer. So I've got the big duct and the small duct. Probably should use the small duct because I think it'll actually just fit in there. But it doesn't fit on the end of this piece. We probably need a coupler or something. Or if I stretch this stuff out a little bit, I can get it to fit. And then where am I putting the fan? This big annoying fan could probably be a slightly more square item. I put these little thingies on the sides, these carbon fiber things or something my brother gave me, and I just use them as like blocks, just spacer blocks. And then this used to somehow fit into my window, but I took a variable speed controller and I built it into the box on the side. I would like to be able to reach that variable speed controller. The inlet is this side. So if this sits like that, it would be pretty good. Or if it sits like, it would have to be like this. Or if it could get on the top, it's too big for the top. So I think I have to do it. It has to be like this. Ugh. I mean, unless I don't have room there. Stupid thing. Speed controller has to be kind of in a weird spot because I need that duct adapter. Yeah, so it's gonna have to go all the way in the back. Oh, that's such a weird spot for it. Maybe I'll put it on one of the Tasmota switches. This thing can move a lot of air, and it can also move very little air and be quiet. Let's see what you guys are saying in chat. I have to keep getting up and checking you guys. Hedge Pets, woo, 2 years. Heg Pets, 24 months. That's great, thank you. Heg Pets. You used to have a pair of those? This is a cheap one. I was gonna send you a couple of the carbon fiber blocks, Gonad, when I was gonna send those pedals over. Let's see, Nyano Cat was 5 days ago. That was 10 months. Madamew was 3 months. Hey, that's awesome. That was 5 days ago. 3 hours ago, we got Miguel Oz for 51 months, Wayne Johnson for 49 months, and now, just now, we got Heg Pets for 24. You guys have some big numbers. Big numbers. What's that, Kavorka? An inline 4-inch duct booster fan exhaust is the same size as the hose. 4-inch duct booster. Those are those round things, right? Yeah, I would hope, like, if I got something nice and square that could fit right next to the thing. Oh, well, it's fine. This will be all right. This is, I use this for brewing, but, yeah, this thing is a beast. But this thing fits over it, over the end, this little adapter that I got. So I got this adapter, fit over the end. That doesn't really even need to be clamped, although I think I have clamps somewhere. I do have two band clamps, because this one time in band clamp, 2 band clamps for the smaller hose. We just need to position the hose properly. And then I got that hole over there where I can run the cable in. So I think we're in pretty good shape. It's just a matter of putting the fan somewhere. And if it exhausts to that wall, I mean, that wall's like right there. It'll be right up to the wall. I just don't want Julian to be kicking this thing while they're playing music, you know? This needs to fit in here and be out of the way. I mean, the alternative to this is putting the printer in another room. And I do have another room that it can go into, but this will be a nice little house for it. It's got a little terrarium. I put some twigs and leaves in there for it. And then the chop saw is as far over as it gets, but I think I need to move it right now. The really expensive chop saw that I got and then haven't used for 2 years. Good plan, dude. Jeez. I thought I'd be cutting rails and having the time of my life. What I do need to do is design my new desk. The desk sitting behind me so that I've got all my accoutrements in it. And this chop saw will be instrumental in cutting all of the various lengths of tube of extrusion rail. Oh, that was a maneuver. Okay, so this thing in the back, you guys probably won't be able to see a lot of what I'm doing. That needs something. If I could, like, support this somehow. That's going to fall over in just a minute. And then it'll get a single hose that just works its way down and over. I guess that works. Unless I put it, like, all the way over there. Because I can run the duct wherever I need it to go, just as long as it's attached to the rest of the desk. And that'll give me the ability to store more stuff in here, which is always nice. Gets it near the window, too. It's a shame I don't have any other outlets in this room. I do have a vent all the way over there, but that's not accessible. If I do this over there, can I attach it to stuff? Not really. I'm just thinking about my options here. If I stand those up, it might take up... How much room is it going to take up? It's got rubber mounts on 2 sides of it, and it would be nice to take advantage of that. Oh, that's actually very close. Oh, look at that. Close to that size, huh? How would that work? Let me think about this. Because vertically, it doesn't quite... It's too short. If I extend these out, I might be able to tie one of them to the top. And then the other one to... Oh, it's going to be really hard to bolt. I mean, alternatively, I can just throw it back there for now, and then I'll have a vent. So maybe we'll do that. I'll just throw it back here, and I'll just have this sitting loose for now until I can come up with something better. What are you guys saying over here? $10 on eBay? Well, I already have a fan. It's the thing that I'm working with right now. You guys can't see it. Whew. 195 CFM. Hold on, let's I gotta copy it from the YouTube window because I can't Oh, but the YouTube window is also gonna be annoying. Copy. Let's take a look. Let's see what it is. God, I'm sweating out of every pore now. Okay, so it's very similar to what I've got. Yeah, it's very similar to what I've got. I've got like a big version of this. Can't quite see what we're doing. Yeah, sorry, the other camera's frozen. Put my resin printer on a cooking sheet lined with a silicone mat, which made cleanup super easy if you ever spill. Just throw the whole thing outside. That's what I saw in the YouTube videos, actually. The people that I looked up a bunch of YouTube videos on this, and that's exactly what I saw. People have silicone mats down, and then if the spill gets on that, they just put it outside, and then it hardens up, and you just throw it out, which is what I'd like to do. I don't have any silicone mats at the moment, so I'm just putting it down on the bottom of that hood. But what I have is this big carbon-activated, like, looks like a Honda muffler filter, and I'm going to run duct out of the tent and then put it into a big blower fan. I could run the blower fan to either the window or the vent in the room, but we're not in a position for that. If I ever like totally reconfigured my space, I would make the coat closet that's behind this area. My wall could go out a little further, but instead of going further out with that wall, I'd maybe move the door here and then have another room where I could have ventilation and all the printing stuff. Like all the printers could go in the other room because they're mostly automated at this point. I don't need to necessarily closely monitor them, but that would be really cool to be able to do. But I don't own this space, so I can't. I could put the printers in the room behind me, which nobody uses, except there's like art in that room, so I can't use it. Yeah. Build a bigger house. Yeah, just make more space. I do need more space. I would really desperately love to have more space. We had a whole fucking manufacturing wing to this shop. But I only have what I have to work with, and my shop is actually much larger than what you would normally see somebody have in their house. So, hey, maybe one day there can be enough of you that I could afford actually renting a workshop or buying a workshop or something. Unpin the ends of the filter, swap them once they aren't performing. Saves buying a new carb insert for a little while. Unpin the ends of the filter and so you're going the opposite. I see. Because yeah, there will be much higher pressure at one end than the other, and it'll do a lot more of the filtering. I don't know what the pins are. Are they rivets on this thing? I think they're just screws, actually. So when this thing stops being as effective, you can remove the ends and swap them around. Am I on big camera? Yeah, I'm on big camera. That seems pretty useful. Ooh. Okay. All right, so this should be pretty easy. I mean, I just need to do a length. So we need to go from like there to there, like that. So I'll just cut that here with what? With what? Tin snips, probably. Where are my tin snips? They're in here. Memories of working with the brewing stuff. These guys. These are more rare. The straight-handled tin snip. Oh, we're on face cam. That's why you guys are like, why are you guys so far away? Yeah, these things are great. They don't try to curve. Oh, I forgot about how ineffective they are at cutting this stuff. Need slightly different cutters for that steel wire that goes through this. Oh, what do I cut it with? What tools do I have? None. I don't want to use wire cutters on it. It'll dull the wire cutters. We'll use alternative tin snips, the ones with the big jaws. This is unearthing a lot of dust, and I can feel it in the back of my throat. Oh, come on. There we go. There's that snapping noise I was looking for. All things considered, this should meet up if I want Went to the wrong side. Shit. Son of a bitch! What did I do wrong here? Whatever. Got it close enough. This stuff sucks. This has like a kind of a thick wire around it to keep its shape, and it doesn't like to be snipped. Citizen snips. All right, we've got my googly, dangly goober arm. Now the hard part with this stuff is that it's a little bit smaller than the duct for some reason. And I think it's because you need a coupler to fit it on, but I'm too stubborn to buy things like that. So getting it around this stuff, I really need to kind of stretch it out. It's very annoying in that sense. And where's band clamp? I don't need gloves to do this. My hands are sitting in puddles right now and I hate it. Where'd those clamps go? Oh, here they are. Let me find a device to operate them. Yeah, listen, I am intolerable working on cars because I will constantly make that joke. The one time in band clamp, ooh, that was bad. I had a drill bit sticking inside of the giant battery thing. The spot welder that I have is a giant lithium-ion battery that's USB rechargeable, and in the cabinet, a drill bit had worked its way into the USB slot. That would have been not a fun thing to learn. Okay, so that one fits. This one's the same thing, the bottom at the same time. That one out. Now I can operate band clamps like I've always wanted to. Perfect. This I actually flattened the front of. This is for modular synthesizer bolts. All I need is a little piece of felt on the end or something to keep me from scratching a panel. And it'll be the perfect tool. The perfect tool. Ow! Yeah, I was thinking about doing that, but none of the printers at the time could handle it. We could probably make one on the resin printer. I don't know how fragile it'll be, but that would actually be perfect. Ooh, that was a good reminder. Thank you, Gonad. Because on the resin printer, it'll be like amazingly accurate for a utility tool. Might be a little fragile, but I can put plastic like around it. Even in PLA. Yeah, that sounds good. I should work on that. And then there's also, and I should probably make it instead of like make the model for it, but there's the other type. There's that hand squeezable, and those have their own types of what are they, like screwdriver adapter things. But I can probably design and print one. It would just be like a grippy piece with two little dots sticking out. But the two little dots sticking out would be accurate, but they probably immediately break. You're not really supposed to tighten those down very far though. So maybe that'll work out. Is that a dead bug? Oh God. Oh, it's one of those millipedes. Oh, it's nasty. Oh, that's nasty. No wonder Willow doesn't come down here anymore. I've got eldritch horror bugs that are dead on the floor. That's one of those millipedes. Which, by the way, those are totally fine to have around. They creep the shit out of you, but they kill bugs. And the only good bug is a dead bug. Now they kill all the nasty like spiders that you would otherwise find. So I let them live, but I do have a policy where I will destroy them if I see them. If I see you, you're dead. Otherwise, you're allowed to exist. Sometimes they'll get like a second chance because then, you know, it's like somebody didn't tell you when you went through orientation that you're not supposed to be seen. and they kind of struggle to go across the carpets. So what I need to do is flatten this out as much as I can and stretch it as much as I can, because it doesn't really want to fit on this inlet. Ow, poking myself with that metal. Why is this such a tight fit? It's frustrating. I mean, I could just wrap the whole thing in tape. I see chat moving and I can't do anything about it. I could maybe pull it up on my phone, but then I'd miss the YouTube comments. One sec here. You guys can see me way in the corner of the screen. Yeah. Just trying to get this thing to fit in. Oh, stretch that hole. This is ridiculous. Why are they all like this? Is it this duct? Did I buy the wrong tube? That's probably it. I use this stuff for cooling certain lasers that I have, as well as when brewing, I'm making a lot of steam, and I got to remove air from the shop in order to get it to not rust all of my equipment. Yeah, why doesn't that fucking fit? Is there like an adapter that I don't have? Do I need to have something that inserts into one? Because I was just going to clamp it around the outside of this, but it looks like there's something I'm missing. Maybe I can get this to work. It's almost there. Come on. I think I got it. Got it. There it is. It is like the tolerance is too exact. Okay, there. Whew. Man, that was tight. It's almost sexual, Smithers. All right, let me get this clamped and then I'll come over here and see what you guys are saying. Oh, I've always wanted to do this. Oh my God, that is so satisfying. doing an electric clamp. Oh my God. Stretch it. It doesn't stretch. Press it together first. Pull like a sock. I guess that's what eventually did happen. Thingiverse is 3D printable adapters. Search 100-110 millimeters. Search 621.net. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'll have to see if I can find either a Thingiverse or just make it myself. Oscar Galler drop. Thank you for subbing with a Prime. Hey guys, if you guys are giving Jeff Bezos your money, his big bald head just sort of slathering it with money, for Primes, if you look, you can actually sub with a Prime. You can sub to any streamer you want. I know it's heavily implied that I would want you to sub to me, and while I appreciate it, you can sub to any streamer you want, but it's not going to remind you. Join us on Twitch. Yeah, that's one of the things is like most of my community is on Twitch. The YouTube thing I'm doing because it allows me to have permanent VODs. So the stream section of the YouTube channel is really the whole point of it. It does give us another discombobulated chat, but if you have Amazon Prime and you're watching me on YouTube, you can use that Amazon Prime to sub and get my cool emotes that I actually work pretty hard on. I pride myself on the emotes that I use. All right, so now I got to stretch this thing on. This is the adapter that goes to the big fan. This one will also get a clamp, although I have to be careful not to break this with the clamp. I could have 3D printed this in retrospect. I actually don't think I had a 3D printer when I bought this. The way to get this duct on is to start at one end and just work your way around, because that wire goes in a spiral, so you can utilize it to kind of help you around the entire radius of the tube, and eventually should click over. There you go. Yeah, if you pull down on the wire itself, it'll stretch the tube around. It's a tough fit. Okay, I'm gonna clamp. We're doing easy stuff today. I didn't want to do anything too complicated. I missed Friday just because I was kind of overwhelmed with all the project stuff. All that uploading that I've been doing to YouTube, it's been kind of a struggle to keep going. I'm not a robot. You kind of need to be a robot in order to do that kind of work. So I've missed today. I did not upload anything. Nothing has gone up on the channel today, except for this stream. So I think maybe I'm still going to be in favor of the algorithm. I hope. Call this an experiment, I guess. All right, I don't want to do that too tight. I don't want to break this. This is thin plastic. I have one more of these, but... All right, that should do it. I'm ready for Mad Max. Some kind of a Mad Max movie. Oh, this can fit all the way over my face. All right. Oh, yes. Nobody cared until I put on the mask. Ah, it's the Batman. Ah, yes. I shall do something violent in order to get the attention of the bat. Okay, all right, anyway, enough of that. This thing's heavy. Put it on a backpack and bring it to Burning Man. All right, so that goes in the back corner. Then this tube works its way up and over. Up and, uh-oh. We can't fit it with the adapter on there. No! Come on, you can do it. Got it. Okay, cool. So there's that. Now I don't have, or at least here I don't have, a big clamp for the end of this thing. I guess I can tape it for now. I've got kind of a wire basket back there. I wish I could give you guys the same view, but I don't have any cameras over here. The Burn the Subs cam is frozen, and I have to kind of like really pull stuff apart in order to get it to work. Let's get most of this flat back on. Flat not really meant for allowing ducting through. Possible I could use tape to close that up, but now I've got a big vent in the back. That's great. Let's see, this thing, I guess I could plug it in up there. Problem is I can't reach both hands to either side of this table, so I don't have a good way of passing cords up. We'll do it this way. Here's that cord. I've got a wire hanging basket at the back of the table. The asthmatic. Hey. Yeah. They expect to find one of us in the wreckage of the printer, brother. All right, let's see here. Oh, move the synthesizer stuff. That's a boondoggle of a fucking project, I'll tell you something. And then I happen to have a plug up here just temporarily. Whew. Okay. So, I mean, the resin is not that stinky to begin with, so I think we'll be in pretty good shape here. And if, you know, like for when I'm opening it up, I can turn on the fan. Otherwise, it'll stay pretty well contained. The filter should go after the fan, not before. The carbon will ruin the fan. I think this is designed for this, isn't it? That's what these are supposed to be like. I have no other choice. I can't do it any other way. The fan's too big. And also, carbon dust gets inside of everything. This is not an expensive fan. This is not an expensive fan. Wouldn't the, I don't know, resin stuff get on it? No, maybe not. Hold on a sec. Hold on. Let's put this to... Gets into everything, including lungs. Why did that make a snapping noise? All right. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up Amazon. Ask Jeff Bezos himself what I should do. Orders. Let's look at the thing that I ordered. That'll be this thing. Currently unavailable. Oh, well, it was like 30 bucks. Look at all this. Use it this way. Or this way. Or this way. Or this way. So this would be the configuration that you're telling me because of the carbon dust getting everywhere. This would be also a valid deployment. this would also be a valid deployment. So is this one. I'm just going to run it. That fan is not particularly valued in any way, and it's not going to be on 24/7 either. It'll be fine. Is it for a growth chamber? Yeah. And essentially that's what we've got. We're just trying to get rid of scents. So, I mean, yeah, I guess I could run it on the outside of the fan like this. That would be a very awkward configuration for the shelf, but it would also be a valid configuration. I have some ducting stuff too that I might be able to use to better attach it to the hood. But the problem with that is that it would take up a shit ton of room next to the stuff. Yeah, to make it quiet, it's a little tough. I'm going to run it pretty slowly. I don't need 190 CFM to be moved through this tent. All I need is for the fumes to get to that carbon and no further. So it doesn't need to run at 1,000 CFM, and it has a speed controller that I broke apart and built into the little thing, little bunghole that it has for attaching wires to it. I stuffed a PWM controller into that. So I will be using it at probably the lowest speed that'll move it at all. And carbon dust will get everywhere, but it is a cheap and big fan. So, but yeah, this is the one that I bought. Why did I buy this one in particular? I have absolutely no reason. Can be used as an odor management and also as an air purifier. See? So they don't have any qualms about you blowing your fans up with stuff. And here's somebody that's using it inside of a... Oh, no, never mind. That's marijuana. I thought they were using it inside of a... it is a 3D printer holder, but I thought they were using it to get rid of, like, paint scent, because it looks like there's paint cans next to it. But no, it's marijuana. Okay, well, whatever. I could put a bag over it. I don't think that's going to do anything. Gray foam wrapped around the filter. Filters for the filter. Something you can take off and wash. That's what came with it. It came with this bag. But that would be if you're using it in the blowing configuration. I'm using it in the sucking configuration. So I don't know where the bag would go. I'm going to run it slow, so there's a, you know, whatever. Yeah, the pros have, like, big things to put at the very top of their, like, warehouse. So, yeah. This is fine. This is fine. There was actually, in the electricians subreddit, there was somebody that was posting the work that they did at a professional growing place. And it was kind of insane work. It was very nice electrical work. These things are crazy. Bears are crazy. They'll bite your head if you're wearing meat on it. Oh, yeah, in the advertising stuff, they lie to you. Namely, about where you're using this kind of stuff. They're like, use it for your giant grow tent in your office. Sure, yeah. Let's just run this thing right here. Their filter's good enough that I could put it in my grandma's living room. What are we growing? Cured prints? Uncured prints. We got to cure the prints elsewhere. We got to cure them in the windowsill, basically. You guys really give me credit for being a lot more professional than I am. We're pretty bush league here. I really could use another band clamp, and I probably have one, but it's in this bin that's, like, impossible to get to, where all that other ducting stuff was. So I think for now what I'm going to do is just tape it up. And I think I grabbed the tape, didn't I? No, I didn't. Whoop. Oh, yeah, I did. I'm standing on it. So, yeah, I didn't make the legs of this thing big enough for it to just sit. But, here, let me... You guys will be able to see the fan if I move the camera a little bit out. Yeah, there you go. Paloozer, two of us have already made that joke. And I already said that when working on cars, I am completely insufferable because I constantly make that joke. I don't know what it is. I can't stop making that joke. This one time at Band Clamp. Oh, that's actually really loud. Oh, but it starts at the highest. This is the highest setting. It moves a little bit of air. This is fighting the other fan. I've got my floor fan, and I have this fan, and this one is fighting the other fan. So at the lowest setting, what do we got? This thing vibrates quite a lot. Yeah, at the lowest fan, this thing's moving quite a bit of air. It's a little bit much. Well, it's going to get carbon all over everything. Oh, well. Whew. Yeah, I got this for brewing, and this is to remove basically all of the air in the shop. I may need to look into getting a smaller fan. I may need to look into getting a smaller fan. This thing is a little bit much. I think just a slightly smaller fan, maybe for $40, would probably do me well. So we'll look into that in a minute. The fan that I was linked to might be a good thing to use, especially if it's not going to take up the entire side of this tent, and then I'll have a little bit of room for storage. Again, use gaff tape because it comes up clean. You could use duct tape. This is a duct, but I don't think I would suggest it. I wouldn't recommend it even. This is cheap gaff tape, which is not as good as duct tape, but it gets the job done and it doesn't leave residue. Residue is one of my biggest pet peeves about tapes. It is the reason why I will be the first to tell you that electrical tape is dog shit. It's really good at holding voltage out of stuff. So if you need to insulate something, or if you need to keep water from getting into like a plug that you're burying, you wrap it tightly in electrical tape and under tension, and it'll retain that tension and keep kind of a nice seal. But if your thing is getting above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, do not use electrical tape because the adhesive turns into soup. Because it's cheap. It's shit. I hate it. I used to build stuff with a lot of electrical tape, and then years pass, and then you go to move stuff around or reconfigure something, or a wire breaks, and then you're faced with this shit gloopy tape covering everything. It is not to be used as a magical do-all tape. A magical do-all tape, where things are dry, is gaffer's tape. Gaffer's tape will stick dust to more dust, and it'll come up clean without leaving tape marks on your dust. It's really important to use tape specifically for the application that are needed. Gorilla tape is pretty good at being an all-purpose tape. Duct tape is cheap, and it leaves behind a horrible residue. If you need to fix an airplane wing temporarily to get home, duct tape is pretty good at its job. For literally anything else, it sucks. It's terrible, awful tape. So I get cheap gaffer's tape because generally when I'm using tapes, I'm not using them for very long. And this stuff sticks okay. It's not professional grade gaffers. Professional grade gaffers is like a magical substance that does the kind of work that people think duct tape does. Whereas this stuff is kind of a cheap version of it. That at least, at the very, very least, it comes up clean. All right, so temporary permanent solutions, notwithstanding. I had to put down a bunch of little pieces in order to go from the adapter to the duct, which was kind of a weird operation. And now I'm putting one big piece around the outside perimeter to seal it all in. Sure, everybody's happy. I'll probably cut this in order to get it off later on. All right, so that being said, now we have ventilation. Whew, okay. And as such, I think I can start to load this thing up with things, and I'll start looking at getting a smaller fan. That blower fan is way too powerful. Ugh. You know, if I was working with like fiberglass, that would be a good one to have. Red tuck tape for Tyvek. but it'll ruin anything it touches. That sounds like VHB tape. The foam, double-sided foam tape, VHB, is an amazing substance, but it will very easily peel paint off. All right, get the rest of this iced tea. It's a hot day, and Willow is asleep at the front door. Yeah, it's a really good fan for a smelly laser cutter. If I need to yeet any material outside of the shop very, very quickly, that fan is probably a good one to go with. Am I not a fan of the fan? More direct stream, yeah. Nice speckly prints. Okay, hold on, I need to take a big sip of water. All right. Whew. So, now empty, enter the printer. I used electrical tape to wrap a reused anti-chafing cover for a replacement lower radiator hose, and still holds fine for a few years now. A reused anti-chafing cover for a replacement lower radiator hose. No goop mess. I find that incomprehensible. The times that I've used electrical tape, it has been a disaster. The only time you really see like electrical tape being used properly is temporary fixes. Like if there's an electrician guy on YouTube that did a pretty good video about this recently. So my thoughts are indeed my own, but I have the backing of an electrician here, and he was saying like, oh, this phase blew up, so we need to temporarily put a jacket around this wire. That's when you wrap it with electrical tape, but it's only a temporary thing. Like it's not for permanent fixes. The times that I've had the displeasure of working with it, it leaves behind a bunch of really bad stuff. So if you replace your fix, there might be goop all over it. I can't speak specifically though. I don't know how hot it gets over there. It gets hot in California. It's just my experience using it. It's always ruined stuff so easily and plainly. Yeah, maybe there are more expensive versions. Have you ever tried the worse electrical tape that activates when stretched? Oh, are you talking about the silicone tape? I've had really good luck with that stuff. That stuff's actually kind of amazing. The stuff rebranded as flex tape, it doesn't need to flex to attach, but it's silicone, and when you wrap stuff in silicone and the silicone presses against itself, it'll make sort of a semi-molecular bond between the silicone and the silicone. So if you have like a leak, the silicone doesn't need to be dry in order to make that bond. You put a pressure wrap around it and it will hold. It's really good stuff. Don't get flex tape though. There's another name for that stuff. Liquid electrical tape. I hear liquid electrical tape was really good for like dipping the handles of like tools in. I have a red tape that I think it's kind of an epoxy tape that's great for plumbing. Maybe the stuff I bought was decent. Honestly, I don't remember where I bought it from. Dollar store or Fry's Electronics. The stuff that has the plastic on it that you remove and it goes up against itself. That stuff is really good. That is just silicone rubber. And it's kind of amazing, but it's not exactly a tape. You can't take one little piece of it and put it on something. You have to wrap it around itself, and then it creates kind of a nice gasket. All right, so let's get power in here first. The giant power brick that came with this thing for powering up the enormous ultraviolet light. Now, can I put the power brick inside in the danger zone? I can. I think I have enough cable for it too. Yes, perfect. Oh, that'll work out great. It's my own little 3D printing tent. No girls allowed. You gotta know the password. This is not Velcroed at all. I need to go back through and re-Velcro these things. I didn't press down the stuff. All right, so that'll start a fire at the back of the tent. And at the front of the tent, you can put the printer. I can even run Ethernet to it, but I won't. I'm not running Ethernet to my printer. It's got Wi-Fi. Oh, I still haven't been able to pick that lock in the payphone. I've never worked too much with liquid electrical tape. I've had liquid electrical tape, but I haven't worked with it. I don't know how good or bad it really is. Good, bad, I know nothing of sides. All right, so without resin in this thing, this gets to live here. Now this thing has already been zeroed properly, so I don't think I need to zero it again, even though I've taken the whole printer apart. I didn't take apart the access plate. So yeah, this lives in like this. Oh God, well, this thing is deceptively heavy. And I'll set it right at the front of everything. Oh, I'm getting reminded of the toxic resin smell. We'll put this all the way over to the side where it won't bother anybody. All right, that's plugged in. Where's my antenna? I need the antenna for the printer now. Oh, all the control stuff is on the left side. It would be so much better if it was on the right side of the printer. I could turn the printer 90 degrees. What would that do for me? Well, that would make it harder to get to the power switch. I don't know. It could work out that way. You guys can't see what I'm doing, though. I need, like, a mirror. Or I just need to get this camera working again. Let's just reboot this camera. This is not what's going on right now. This is a lie. That is a frozen camera image. Reactivate. Welcome. I always hated that line in The Matrix. I was going to say, welcome to the desert of the real. I hate that line. I really don't like it. All right, hold on. It's too like I'm 14 and I'm writing this cool line for this movie. Configure video. Like it's supposed to be dramatic and it just doesn't really land. How come that isn't adjusting? Oh, there we go. And then we go back to highest FES. Well, it should knock it back into functioning. Let's get over here so I can adjust this with the actual feed. Hopefully it doesn't freeze while I'm doing this. Oh, look at how beautiful that is. What a great shot. Hold on, I'll adjust it. I'll adjust it, hold on. No, I haven't done anything with the 303 because my life has been uploading videos and stuff. Yeah, sorry. I kind of burnt out and didn't do anything for a little while, but I need to spend some time with that circuit so I can put down the actual, put down the actual schematic onto paper so we can follow along as we go. There we go. A little bit more gain since we're kind of in the dark over here. I'm in the dark. All right, apply. Click OK. Click OK. We're good to go. We're Gucci. It means I can't get to any of the stuff on the right here, but whatever. You guys can at least see what I'm doing. This is a very dark working area. So I need to set up, oh, I need the antenna. Ah, my poor knees. I should have gotten the knee pads out for this. This is a perfect opportunity for them since I'm kneeling quite a bit on this. Antenna is, I think, right here. Yeah, there it is. All right, put the antenna back in. It doesn't really need the antenna. It's right near the router. I'm doing this so that the radio doesn't get stressed out. The radio modem inside of this thing. You can kind of, or you used to be able to damage stuff by not putting antennas on it. Older stuff gets kind of damaged when you don't put an antenna on it. All right, let's see here. So we've got my nasty, nasty build plate. We need to clean that off. That's going to be another stinky operation. So what I'll do is I'll don the gloves, because I already got resin on my hand. Hup. Get some paper towels, put the gloves on, do some spraying. I think under this system, the build plate is never going to get clean. It'll just constantly be disgusting. Kneel to the church of 3D printing. Ow, my legs are on this cable. It hurts. Jeez. All right, let's see here. So get some gloves. Am I on camera? Yeah, there we go. Sorry, my whole setup breaks down when we come over here. At some point soon, we'll do some burn the subs work, and I'll be able to be over sitting on the other side of the table, and that's when my whole setup breaks down. I need to get like some kind of a screen that I can put chat on. I'll have to figure that one out at some point. Some kind of a big screen for chat to go on, and then I can actually read what you guys are saying. All right, so let's get this clean. Move you guys come back over here a little bit. See what I'm doing a little bit. Is it totally out of focus? Yeah, it is completely out of focus. Focus is very near field. All right, I gotta go focus the camera. Get up, sit down, get up, sit down. Configure video. Camera control. Our focus is on infinite. Oh, that's actually where it needs to be. Okay, oh, fine. Apply, hit OK, hit OK, hit OK. All right, so I need to clean the build plate and make sure that it doesn't have a bunch of dog hair on it. So what I've done is 2 years ago, I filled this thing with isopropyl alcohol and then pressurized it to 100 psi. I think 90 psi actually. Actually, I forget what psi, which is kind of a problem because I'm going to have to do it again soon. And this thing has held its pressure the entire time. And somehow, I think it's magically producing isopropyl alcohol at this point because I've used this thing so much to clean off all this printer shit. It'll run out soon, but I just don't know when. It's been indispensable. All I want to do is remove the hair and stuff that's on the top here because this will dip into the resin, and eventually, because of the way the resin will flow out, it would get resin in the reservoir. Or it would get hairy resin in the reservoir. Hair and dust is nasty. Okay, that's all clean. And I can put it back on the printer. I gotta be careful because this thing will go up and down just manually. I hope that doesn't hurt the electronics. Okay, I'm all gloopy now. I don't really need to touch any other resin stuff except for the bottle. And that'll just get poured in. I'll have paper towel on hand for that. This is gloopy. I gotta get this out of here. And then this is just for placing the axis down. So there's all that stuff. My spraying alcohol, put that in the corner. The gloves should probably live over here too. Just leave these like on top up here. Cool. All right, that is a printing chamber if I do say so myself, and I do. All right, that stuff in the garbage. Hairy Resin was my high school band name. That tent seems decently large. Do you think your other printer fits in it? It almost does. I would have to strategically put some things on the outside, but it almost fits. Try making carbon fiber sometime. You get resin, hairy stuff, spiky bits, and loads of dust, the worst combo. That one guy that I was linked to on YouTube recently, the guy who's building a high-speed race car, seems to do things in our fashion, and he does all these weird, hacky solutions. He's done a really cool set of videos, though, on, trying stuff in resin. There it is, Superfast Matt. Yeah, my IRL friends linked me to Superfast Matt, which is kind of funny. I'm like, wait, I know that guy. All the weekend project videos that people link to. I love those weekend project videos. Those are like the best thing that YouTube does. Once a week you get a project video about somebody who's doing something insane. All right, so let's zero our axis here. And then I'm going to zero the axis, pour in some resin, close the tent, maybe turn on the fan. The fan is really for when I have the cover open like this. Why isn't it turning on? We're plugged in. The power supply LED is not on. Whoa, Jesus. This whole table is on wheels, so everything moves quite a bit. All right, turn that off, and then I got to make sure that the plug back here is plugged in. Eek. There's a lot of horizontal room in this tent. There's a lot of room going back. I mean, I could practically put this filter... Did I just hear something beep? Oh, that was the slow cooker, which is making chili for dinner. I'm going to move this back behind the printer itself, like right in the center of the chamber. That puts it in a nice position to get all those fumes. I don't know what the fume profile is going to be, but having that thing over here might be better. I don't know. I could hang it from the top. Nah, I think we're fine with it like this, sitting on the floor. I could get a couple zip ties and just hang it from the back there. That would actually be kind of a clever place for... No, that's fine. It's fine where it is. All right, so now we have power. I can turn this thing on. I made chili out of whatever was left. So I fried up some bacon, which was just breakfast, and then put onions in the bacon grease and fried those onions, threw them into the chili, and then I put ground beef in with the remainder of that bacon grease, browned all that meat, drained it, and then threw that into the chili thing. Then I put bits of jalapeno into the pan with the bits of beef and bacon grease that was left over. And I fried up those. And then using stuff that we had, like cans of beans and stuff like that, I built up the rest of the chili. All right, so set Z to 0. Please back to 0. And then move Z axis on the interface manually. Confirm or cancel. I guess manual back to 0. So that's going to go down until the little thing beeps, and I know it'll beep in the right place because I've already zeroed it. With this crunch. Oh no! All right, so we got our 2 beeps. We're ready to print something. I don't have anything to print yet, but I'm going to pour resin in this thing and then close the tent. So I'm going to pour a bunch of resin in. We'll do a benchy. Just keep that pouring from one end, let it propagate to the other. I need to get a light in here. Maybe this thing needs that Dremel light, that magnetic Dremel light. All right, I don't know if that's enough resin, but it is below the max line, and it should be covering everything. So I'm going to close up. Oh yeah, we'll exit this menu too. Boop. And now it's starting to smell. I don't know, do I need more resin than that? We'll just go with the amount that I put in. I don't know how resin hungry these printers are. Where's the other zip? There it is. Oh wait, back to main menu. It's kind of like a warm, nutty smell. It smells like home. Ta-da! Now I don't have the fan on. The fan is going to be on for me opening this thing up, which would actually be kind of funny if I set like a sensor on there so that when I open it up, it turns the fan on automatically. It smells like cancer. Yeah, it's a Creality branded tent. It's made to fit the CR10. Barely. A resin cam? I mean, I think I can plug in a webcam to that thing, and I do have a like an endoscope, but I think that's going to look a little awkward. The endoscope would look a little weird. Smells like home and it'll send you there. In a box. All right, it's not that bad. Let's get a better view of this thing. I could zip the camera into the hood, but... This would be the part of the stream where we're actually doing the job of printing something. So now I need to install Lychee. I've gotten a little bit used to Lychee. I don't know it too well. I know it enough to be able to print one thing on it, which I have done in the past. Yeah, oh, I like the Creality is just right there. Yeah, there's all kinds of ways that I could hang that filter in the tent. I could use magnets and stuff. I'm gonna leave it the way it is right now with the big block sitting behind it. But let's get something going over here. So I need Lychee. I mean both the fruit and to go to the website. We'll do another Benchie. You always end up with a flotilla of Benchies. That's the way to go. Good use for some gaffer tape. I do this all the time. I hide ads with gaffer's tape. I don't know if this will get into the shitty fabric that this thing is made out of, but oh, come on. Put it on a little crooked. We'll see. This cheap gaffer's tape is not really good at this. Yeah, it's actually already coming off. That's fine. Good for now. I almost let this see. Oh, it's gonna fall off. It's just gonna fall off. It's not good at this. I need like an iron-on patch. If I need to tape some wires to a PCB, what is your preferred tape? I've been using frog tape, but I don't know what happens in 5 years to the glue. It's not tape. UV resin. UV resin is really good. It goes on clear. It'll make a nice bond. And when it's time to pop it off, it'll pop off. And then you just kind of, you know, archaeologically work it away from the wire. Yeah, drill a pair of holes and use a wire tie. If it's something like that. I don't know about 5 years and UV resin. There's Celastic. There's like professional circuit board Celastic. I don't know. I don't have any. I use sometimes clear caulk will do a really good job. You got to clear your caulk every now and then. I mean, use clear caulk in order to hold the wires down. This gaffer's tape. Don't compare my gaffer's tape to the real stuff. I used to have the real stuff. I got to turn that fan around. I'm sweating already. I need like one of those presentation trackers, you know, those things that keep the camera on you at all times, but instead I need to have a fan. Yeah, and 2 holes in a piece of wire is also a good way, because you do the wire and you twist it on the end and it can hold pretty well. There's if you really want to get crazy, the NASA wire guide, the soldering or wire guide. Yeah, fan with face tracking would be amazing. Well, you don't just need face track. Well, I guess face tracking is a cheap way to do it nowadays. I was thinking of getting a camera that could do that and follow me around. I wonder if Goop brand glues. I hear stuff about Goop. They're good for fixing shoes or something like that. Yeah, I guess they're all using AI now, aren't they, to do those tracking things. What were we going to do with one? We had some idea that was going to use one. What I need in that bin is a way to hold the reservoir at an angle, like a back angle, so that it can drain out over time, and I can get all of the stuff out of the reservoir. More like an ass tracking laser. I don't know. I forget what it was for. Yeah, the fan. All right, let's get this application. This is one of those ones that where every single time you use it, no matter what, even going just to the website, they're pushing Pro on you. They want you to use their Pro version. And there's features that are locked away in a Pro. I really don't like that. I really kind of despise that. But there's like 2 competent programs for slicing for resin printers. So I'm using Lychee because it was said that it was far and away the better one. Some people suggest that you run, there's like a GitHub project that you can run to look for orphan pieces of plastic. But face tracking fan could also be a smoking cessation product. I don't know about cessation. It would just make it so that your smoke is always blown away. Finish. Oh, but it uses AI now, because if you put that word on anything, it's always statues. It's always statues with this stuff. They're like, look at this cool statue. It blows out your lighter. Listen, people have been smoking for a long time, and the people used to go outside a lot more than we do. They have some very nice designs for, this is one where you got to scroll down on it. I have a lighter that's in the cabinet that uses a spark gap. It lights with plasma. General conditions of sale. Sale. I'm not buying this. Okay, so now I gotta log in. I don't know which one I used. I probably shouldn't have used this one, but... Oh. Gotta use a secure password these days. No, not that one. Email or password incorrect. I gotta go see which password I used. I don't remember. I know I wrote it down, which is not what you're supposed to do with passwords, but you know, it's 2024. My floor fan has a fucking password at this point. What Google product did I put this on? Let's see. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Oh man, nothing like a big white spreadsheet to show you where all the dirt is on your monitor. Lychee, that should be all the way down here. I didn't write it down. Son of a bitch! I didn't write down which one I used. Oh no, that might mean that it's a typo. All right, so I'm gonna try a couple passwords here and just see which one gets it. Also, wait, let me search my local home brew shop. PCB way, no reply. Oh, okay, I used this one. Okay, cool. I used my stream email, which is the less secure, shareable one. Hot wire spark. Plug wires on my neon. Hot wire spark. So it's... Somebody's going to use the reflection off of this glass to get my password. Oh, Hot Wires is the brand. Hey, Copper, what's up? Which one is it? Which password? Do I have caps lock on? I don't know. No. Sorry, we're just trying to get into my account. Do it. Check licenses. Get free products. There we go. All right. Get cloud data. GoPro now. Every time you log into this program. No. And they constantly poke you with this. I hate this. I hate this stuff. No tutorials. Oh, thank you. And then they start you with their test print. We're doing okay. We're not doing smart boy stuff today. Here in the files, we actually have a Benchy. So I'm just going to put Benchy in. And since Benchy doesn't have any like overhangs or anything, this should be totally fine to print. I could print a dick, but I don't want to start an Odyssey like crazy print. I just want something to test the printer out. So we're going to do another Benchy, because if you 3D print stuff, you are inundated with Benchies. That right there, this feature, the CT 3D, that's going to hold resin. There's going to be a pocket of resin in there, but it's against the build plate. So when I pop it off the build plate, it'll puke the resin out. Is there a reason you're using the slicer? I went on Reddit, as one does with stuff like this. You go on Reddit and you look up. You go on Reddit. It does have overhangs. I'm sorry. It doesn't have orphaned pieces, though, from what I know. Because these little hangs, well, actually, this stuff, would this not come up? Do I need to have tons of support on Benchy? I can have it auto-generate supports. I can do that. I just thought I would be able to print it like this. Yeah, there's all kinds of silly Benchies, but we're doing a normal Benchy. So yeah, there's certain things that you got to watch out for, like things that'll hold. The cabin roof is slanted. Cabin roof is slanted, so it's not actually going to act as a cup until the very end. That's an important feature of Benchy too, is that roof is at an angle. So your slicer will end up making it a zigzag. In our case, it's going to be a very tiny zigzag because our layers are very small and accurate and awesome. Benchy has a bunch of features that are for testing 3D printers like this, but I don't think I need anything at the tops of these. Because at the top of that, it'll be one little sheet that's not attached. But that should pull away just the same because we're sloping up into it. I don't know. Can we print Benchy without support? Let's find out. So what I was saying earlier is, you know, how did you choose this slicer software? I don't like this slicer software, but it was told to me by the sages of Reddit that this is the best one by a country mile. Literally, their phrasing. They said this is the Lychee is the best slicer by a country mile. And so that's what I've started using at the very beginning of 3D printing. That's, you know, it's not the strongest logic in the world, but it's where you start with this kind of stuff. With like products, you can go on Reddit, and it's one of the most unfiltered and true like consumer product review engines available, because people just talk about the stuff they've bought. So you go on a thread, and it's like, here's the Elegoo subreddit, and people are talking about what slicer they should use. So use Lubon. I have Snapmaker 2.0, A350, and Original. I'm just starting out with this stuff, and I barely bought a $130 printer. That was listed as broken by the NV Liquidators LLC on eBay. And we went into the printer, and I emailed them and said, hey, I'm doing this for, you know, a cool little thing. Tried anything with moving parts. This is the second thing that I've ever printed. Let's just get that straight. So I went on eBay and I found a broken printer and I bought it. I don't have budget for anything, right? So I'm not buying software. Yeah, unfortunately, Reddit is kind of falling apart. It's that whole shelf life of social media that Dig went through, except that there is no other site to threaten. So when Reddit does the shitty thing, they continue to get away with doing the shitty thing. And in this case, it's selling all of those comments to AI, which has driven a lot of people with, you know, half a brain cell off of the platform. I don't use it anymore either. Of course, my account got hacked, but I never used it much. I had been tapering off on my usage of Reddit. It's nice. It's a nice thing to have to get you to go and look at. But yeah, let's bring back Newgrounds. I tried to look at Newgrounds, and I was too old to read that many threads. So Lubon is free. Okay. Lubon is free. Well, I can go in that direction if this becomes annoying. So are there, okay, what was I doing? Resin print Benchy, no support, right? Let's see if that's like legal. Where's my thing? Where's my thingy wingy? Resin print Benchy, no support. Site we'll do what I've been saying, cite reddit.com. The problem is this pulls up reddit.com and not payreddit.com, so you've got to deal with that shitty social media smear that they put all over it. I never used Dig. I actually started using Reddit for just general browsing. Yeah, I think I stumbled across Reddit because a friend of mine kept sending me these memes. I was like, where is he getting all these memes? And then something linked me back to Reddit, and I was able to reverse engineer what his social media diet is. Can Benchy be printed without supports on doesn't matter what? The Benchy isn't intended as a test print for resin. Yeah, but I mean, you always print Benchy. Come on. It needs supports if you print it flat on the build plate. Printed one for the laws a long time ago, flat on the bed, no support needed, came out. Perfect. This encapsulates Reddit. These two comments encapsulate the entirety of the experience on Reddit. This is it. Benchy isn't intended for resin. Okay, I didn't ask. Go for it. It needs supports. I printed one for the hell of it. Flat on the bed. No support needed. That's it. That's it. That's the entire thing right there. You're going to train AI on this. This is what you're going to train AI on. You're going to have AI go through this. Son of a bitch. All right, close this. All right, we're gonna try it because I've done one with supports. We might as well do one without. When I did it with supports, I actually tilted it. I lifted and tilted it, which is why the bottom was all wavy. And this is probably going to take a while. It's probably going to be like a 4-hour print. Image search is useless when a Reddit page shows up. Yeah, brings you to subreddit homepage, not the actual post. I've had that happen a couple times. You've not saved your scene. Get out of here. I just updated my old printer, Ender 3, new magnetic bed. The magnetic bed is nice, I gotta say. Heat break, Bowden tube, and hardened steel tip. I'm going to attempt carbon fiber or nylon. Ooh. PETG is what I use exclusively. The FDM printer is 100% for engineering stuff because that PETG is strong. It is incredibly strong. And everybody in my Discord over here, you can see my Discord, everybody in my Discord, they always have this discussion. They're so just namby-pambies about, oh, you've got to measure this and do that and figure this out. No. Turn the temperature up. Everything in PETG is hot. Hot, 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 hot. You get hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. Always turn the temperature up. It's not sticking. What do I turn the temperature up? But what if no, turn the temperature up. Just turn it up. Are you burning the filament? No. Do temperature towers and take a look. Inside safe, PETG, yeah, it's scentless. There's no scent on PETG. Turn it up until you smell something and then turn it back just a little bit. Because there's no smell. I'm running an insane temperature on my PETG, and I make a print and then I hit it with fucking hammers and it doesn't matter. It's fine. I roll over it with my car and nothing happens. It's amazing. What do you use to stick to bed? I use a Creality coated surface. That's my special sauce. The Creality coated surface, the one that's done in it's got little circles of glass. PETG gets into the grain of the glass. It sticks to the molecular structure of the glass, and it'll take whatever surface is on that glass and it will crackle it when it cools, because it cools about 3%. You get about a 3% shrinkage in your stuff, which doesn't matter when you're doing engineering parts, because I do stuff with 0.2 tolerances. Like I'll do 0.2 large on holes or 0.2 small on holes. The small on holes will grip a screw until the head pops off, and the large on holes will allow stuff to slip together and grip really well when it's print to print. Yeah, eventually PETG will want to take grains of glass off of your plate, because your plate's heating up and cooling down, and that PETG is expanding and contracting and pulling on those grains of glass. It'll eventually find an exploit and pull up little pieces of glass. So my best buy, the thing that I bought that I love the most about printing PETG, is that Creality coated surface with the circles. What that does is that puts like a Teflon in between your print and the plate, and it leaves these little circles exposed. It's not the best looking surface. I don't have anything visible right now that has that surface on it. This is an old 3D print, so I don't think... Yeah, this was straight on glass. This is like a perfect surface there. So the stuff that I've printed with that, it's got this little like dotted marquee looking pattern to it where it reflects really well. If you can live with that, the surface, I don't do anything to it. I leave it 100% raw dog and I print directly on top of it. It does a little run out, a perimeter, and then the first layer. And you want that first layer not really to squish too much, otherwise it'll pull up on the end and sort of pull up against your nozzle. I've had all kinds of strife 3D printing. So there's a guide. It's somebody or other's guide for tuning 3D printers, and that's sort of the most important guide to go through. But 0.2 millimeter, yeah. On that surface, every now and then I spritz it with Windex and wipe it, and that's it, just to get dust off. Every single print that I've had is stuck perfectly. PETG, if you get through that first layer, you're good. Everything else is going to go perfectly. And also stringing. I have a direct drive printer. PETG strings a lot. You need to like rip it up in order to get it to stop. Once you get it to stop stringing, and once you get it to start sticking consistently, it comes up clean, it goes down clean, and it is indestructible. It's an amazing print. It is still permeable to water. I heard of a YouTuber who turned the temperature way up and got it to kind of like gloop out with a lot of extrusion and was able to actually get a sealed PETG print. But brand preferences, I only use Polymaker. I only use Polymaker, and I have a direct drive printer. I think that's the other piece of the secret sauce. Direct drive, Polymaker, and that Creality build plate. I also do have a 120 volt bed, and I run everything on 24 volts. So everyone's different. Everyone's going to have different experiences. Don't jump in, whole ham. Like it kind of sounds like I'm saying do this and everything will be perfect forever. This is just what I do, and it works really well for me. And I'm in the Northeast. It is humid in here, and I've never had problems with overly humid filament, but I do have a dryer that's sitting over there. But you can see Polymaker PETG going into a direct drive Creality style printer. Works fine on Ender 3 without the direct drive. How do you do stringing? Do you really have to like rip the filament back? This dryer you could put in line. You could actually, because there's an exit hole for the filament on the dryer. I don't generally need it. I have it just because all of my filament sits on the wall, and the wall is the only window to the shop. So in rainstorms, I will leave that window open, in which case some of these will have to go back into the dryer for a little bit. But other than that, things have been just fine. Yeah, it's just like if things aren't happening the way they're supposed to happen, you just up the temperature. I'm not going to say the triple T thing because there was something scanning Twitch, and a Terry Tate account showed up in my chat just because I said when things ain't happening the way they're supposed to happen. I went through the whole line because those commercials are just like burned into my memory. My friends and I would constantly quote them to each other. Let's get this thing slicing. I'm not going to do any support. If I did, I could generate automatic supports over here. Wait, I can't? Why not? Yeah, I don't want them to show up in my... It's too weird. There's two things you do with resin prints. You put drain holes in them or you put supports on them. So we're just going to see how well this thing does it. I don't know what the checkered lines are. Are those things that might not properly print? I don't see why they wouldn't. Like the very thin layer won't lift up properly. I'll have to pick up PETG and let you know my results. I could use some harder material than PLA. Indoors okay. I'm not sure about PLA because I made the switch from PLA to PETG a million years ago. It's strengthened for icebergs. Yeah, this is actually one of those nuclear-powered ice ships. Those Russian ice ships that are privately owned nuclear reactor ships. Yeah, let me know what your experience is, because actually a really important part with my streams that people are constantly asking me, like, how do I start off doing X? And the things that I do here, I've been doing for years. I've been doing them for years, and especially with 3D printing, the entire ecosystem is different now. Like, everything changes. I started 3D printing in 2015, 16. because I would constantly tell chat, like, we can't even fucking print two-dimensional things well enough. We have enough problems with that, and we've been doing that for 100 years, and we can't do it right. So why the hell would I think that adding an axis would make things better? Like, no, there's no way. At the university that I went to 1,000 years ago, back in the early 2000s, I'm too old for Twitch. I'm too old for this platform. I'm telling you guys right now. We need to get together all the old people and so we can have our own little old person ecosystem. But anyway, back when I was in college, 3D printers were relatively new, and we would walk by a computer lab that had a bunch of FDM printers, and they were always broken and bullshit. People would set like long prints and then like go do stuff, come back, and all of the prints were broken. There were birds' nests and stuff like that. But it's come a long way, baby. And chat made me get into printing. They made me get a printer. And I did, and I hated it. And then I found the proper tuning guides, and I upgraded little bits of the printer. And now those are like standard on normal printers, those upgrades. So I've had a time. I've been through the ringer on this. But it's all different now. So yeah. PLA, solid base colors, multicolor causes bad layer bonding, go PETG. Multi-layer PETGs, I've had a wonderful time with that. I have not had problems with bonding. And here's one of my best multicolor prints, which is that LED sign that is going rainbow crazy. At some point, we'll have to control these LEDs. I'll have to plug it into the computer, and we'll have to figure out how to make this do something useful. But for now, it's just doing the rainbow barf that you typically see on everything. That's not a good picture of it, just because there's no light over there. I also have a secondary sign that I printed, tilted a little too far. Let me just get it out. It's right here. This actually has the... Oh no, I printed this directly on glass because I wanted it to transmit light well. But yeah, multicolor prints, and they're pretty strong. I'm putting a little pressure into that R, and it's not going anywhere. I don't want to pop off this because I don't want to print it again. But it is pretty strong, and it looks good too. I wonder if I could do this vertically with the resin printer. Yeah, this thing I just throw up whenever I want to be like what's his name? The New York woodworking guy, Derteza, Dureza, Durtoga, Duresta? No, that's a prescription medication. But anyway, he always like spray paints his name on something. Yeah, I just stopped watching him because I was having too much fun watching his videos. Okay, let's slice this thing. We don't need any supports, otherwise we would be auto making the supports. I don't know why automatic supports is disabled. I don't know why that's disabled. Shouldn't be. Oh, well, shifting color filaments, I see. Yeah, so translucent filaments, opaque filaments, gray for testing and iteration. Gray filament is your best friend. That stuff is going to print with the least amount of drama. Gray, I think white is in that category too, because I've had no trouble with the white filament either, and I'm trying to use it up. Yeah, Duresta is the New York maker guy. That's exactly what I was thinking of. He always throws his name into the shot. I think we're ready to go on this thing. We don't need to like raft or hollow or anything because we've got a good amount of area underneath this thing, and I'll probably be able to get the metal scraper and just pop it off. We don't need drain holes because of the tilt of this. Should let resin out as it goes. It'll probably hold on to a little bit, but we'll just see what happens. It's not like we can use the top of the smokestack to drain. Little Mario-ass warp pipe thing going on there. I don't understand why I can't get to these settings, though, because it works on the other one. Oh, because it's cone? No, those are... No, cone is the only way. Huh. I got automatic supports to work without going to Pro. I got it to work without going to Pro. I put automatic supports down on the other benchy. Did I maybe activate a free trial without knowing it? Maybe I accidentally clicked on the button and it went to a... I didn't tell it to subscribe, and I never gave it a credit card. Curse you. Maybe you have to move the model off or something like that. Maybe it just doesn't let you because there's nowhere to put supports. Because it put supports all over it and it put it like inside of the cabin and stuff. Well, let's just try this for sharts and gargles, right? See, even that's an AVE-ism that I've stolen, and that's why I don't generally watch content like mine. I know I should, so there's an element of like keeping up with the Joneses. Advanced supports are only for advanced users. You fucking poor. You disgust me. Some of them, at least. Yeah, there's a couple that it's not like I can keep from watching all of them, but it's, yeah. You disgusting loser. How dare you and your poorness. I don't understand. I generated auto supports on the non-pay version. I definitely did that. All tip spaces, blah, 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 batch, object. Oh, you know what it is? You have to click on it. That's what it is. You have to click on the object that you want to support. That's how this program works. All these CAD, this is what I'm talking about. When I talk about switching from CAD program to CAD program, very specifically, by the way, this bit I got from Sark. I'm not original in not any single cell in my body is original. My most prolific meme, Tub Bro, is from a controller that we took apart. I didn't misspell turbo. Anyway, the thing about CAD programs and engineering, everything is a remix. That's a very polite way of saying that. The thing about CAD programs and being an engineer is that you're going to be expected to go somewhere that uses a particular flavor of CAD. Generally, anything is possible in CAD. You can do everything and anything. However, the way to do it is different. I got SME from a diabetic Discord server. That one's not mine either. I got that from a diabetic Discord server. That's not mine. The thing about CAD, cardboard-assisted design, from cardboard-assisted design to your most expensive circuit board software, all of it is designed to do a task that is simple in your head. It all goes about it in a circuitous way. It's like the anime where all the missiles go out and they all take a different path to get to the destination. That path is what makes every single CAD program feel like you are trying to walk in quicksand. It just gums down everything. You're trying to get from one end to the other. You're like, I'm here and I need to be here. Where is the button? And you eventually figure that out. But what we saw right there was exactly that phenomenon where the program is trying to influence you to buy Pro, right? They got the light, they got the button that's right next to the generate auto support button, right? Everywhere they've locked off a feature, they put a Pro button there so that you click on it and you go, well, what if I buy Pro? Maybe I should buy Pro. All these prompts won't go away until you pay for it. However, the actual problem was just literally clicking on the model to tell it that I wanted to generate support on that model. So patience, a lot of patience. You need a lot of patience. People always talk to me about, like, my God, how are you so patient? And I'm like, I don't see that because I'm screaming in my brain, but you know, it takes a little bit to get to know stuff. You build your confidence over time, and eventually it'll feel like completely natural. And then you switch CAD programs, and now it's right click in order to orbit around the object. And this is wrong, and this is slightly different. So every single time, yeah, it's like trying to play a piano with a knife and fork. Exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah, Assetto Corsa. I've heard you quote exactly that before. Did I install? I did, and I thought I tried to get through the menu. I didn't find it too bad. Maybe I didn't do it properly. Maybe I wasn't looking at the menu close enough. But yeah, anyway, this is not unique to this program. This is one of those things where you're like, how do I do that? Like, why is this like that? And a lot of these programs, especially Fusion 360, is Fusion 360 is an onion. You look at the onion and you go, it's kind of round. That's very simple for me to work with. But as you get layer and layer further down, it gets more complicated, and then you end up cutting your finger. So that's what Fusion is like. In Fusion, you fondle the cube in order to rotate the object. I guess we can fondle the cube here too. We can do it that way. I appreciate just putting the mouse in the field and right-clicking and moving. I like the Fusion 360 orbit system. I wish everybody could use it, but they don't. Fusion has this weird engine where if you shift around, it'll look at whatever's like your view first hits and focus in on that thing. And if you click on something and start working with it, it will orbit around the thing that you're working with. And that ends up being a very good engine for working on engineering stuff. So one way to say what patience is, the knowledge that you do not want to do something that you might not be able to take back. Wait. The knowledge, okay, I'm going to try to decode the knowledge that you do not want to do something that you might not be able to take back. I think I need a translator on that. I'm so sorry. Okay, we're gonna raw dog this. We're just doing this without any support. So I just, whatever. We could auto generate, but then it'll look like this. This computer's slower than my other one. It looks like it popped it up into the air too. 1 supports were not placed due to not finding a place to go. 31 island supports. Oh my God. So do this. Oh my God, it's like a construction benchy. Now I did this with the other print and it turned out pretty good. There were just a bunch of little clear dots all over it. But I want to try to do it without support because I haven't done that before. So Control Z. And look at all these tips down here. Anyway, no supports. We're just going to friggin' export this immediately to my printer. Now, it said it imported a bunch of stuff. 3D file, slices to file, file format. We need to add my printer. So 3D printer. Elegoo Saturn 3. Default, default, default. Are we connected? Set your resin and 3D printing settings here. Settings. I don't know if you guys should see this stuff. Discover. Yes, yes. Link to this printer. It would be kind of weird if somebody had a set up and ready to go resin printer in like the next house over. I don't want to export it. Okay, so now we have sent wirelessly to Elegoo. Send and print. So now it's going to do the work of creating 1 million photos, about actually 1,000 photos. I think it's 1,700 layers. No, the other one was 1,700. It'll be a little less than that. I don't think there are any orphaned things, stuff that starts from the build plate and wouldn't have anything to lift it. Yeah, see, it makes a little V for those. Yeah, there are way more layers to this thing. And you'll see that the roof will wipe from one end to the other, which is perfect because that means it'll drain. Here it comes. Oh, wait, not yet. Oh, that kind of comes in pretty quickly, doesn't it? We'll have to see if there's a bunch of resin left over in it. I mean, it's not the end of the world if it is. There is going to be like drip down that'll get in there. You can have patience when you know there's something you may regret being stuck with. Ah, okay, that's a little better, yeah. One way to find out, yeah. Print error. The printer's busy. What is it possibly doing? It's not like it has to do taxes or anything. What are you doing? What do you mean you're busy? I completely prepped you. Yeah, it's basically an overhead projector with something that lifts stuff out of the way. It's currently, it's getting used to its new room. This is way too roomy in here. What are you possibly doing, man? I think I need to send it to 0. Nice little tent. Are you having a rave in here? What are you doing? Tool. Set Z equals 0. Confirm. That should mean it's ready. Device self-test. Good, 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 good. Back. Are we ready to go? Then she dot. Oh, we can see all the stuff that was printed here. Rack.ctb. Piano music stand. Leg armor. Leg R2, leg R1. How much is this thing printed? There's a couple prints in here. Safety whistle was the first thing this thing ever printed. I can start printing somebody else's stuff. It's funny. So that was my other Benchy. There's not two Benchies in here. I guess I'll try to send it again. And maybe the printer won't be busy. It passed all the internal tests. This stuff is really not that smelly. I'll have to see what Julian says when he gets here on Friday. He'll be my nose away from nose. It smells like tape. It smells like the adhesive on tape. This one doesn't, I don't think this one has a sensor for the lid. No, there isn't. No, it doesn't actually. I know this for a fact because I've had the whole printer down to its bones. I've taken it apart completely. Adhesive on electrical tape. A little bit, yeah. I think that might be the smell. And can I like test to see if the print? Oh wait, hold on. No. Send and print. Is it going to remake the whole file? Ah. Could it be that its memory is full? I don't know how much this thing can store. Those little cuts, little mooring lines, little V's come back in. Pretty cool. Generates video of what it should have looked like. Huh. Boy, that roof comes in one layer. That's not going to be good. That comes in one layer. Don't say it was busy. Oh, there it goes. Print started. Benchy. Oh my God, it's already started. That was fast. And so this is just the process of printing now. There used to be little pieces of foam on those two vents on the back, but I guess now there's just going to be a whole bunch of UV light that gets pooped out of the back of the printer. What's going on right now? What is it doing? It's got a picture of the print on the thing. Oh, that's cool. This will take about 4 hours, though. It gives me a percentage and everything. I've got all the stats on here. And I can also look at them through the slicer. I don't know how much this is going to use. But boy, howdy, you got to make sure that all your lids are on. Because this thing is going to... all that UV light bouncing around all of the silvery shit inside of this print hood. I need to get those motion-activated lights that I have on the gun safe. These little rechargeable motion-activated lights. I'll have to order another couple of them. So then, eventually, the print is going to break the surface. Don't you have a UV cover? I do, but the cover doesn't fit on, because this fits exactly on its side. So the cover goes up a little bit more vertically. Use a $2 Mylar emergency blanket. I could also just get like a sheet of something in order to block the UV light. I think that the plastic that's on the front of this thing, it probably doesn't block UV. Maybe you can use UV light to give yourself a leg tan. That LED inside of this thing is psychotic. It's a giant industrial LED. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the reflections would do to the resin in the tank. I guess we'll just see. You're not supposed to leave the resin out of the tank in the tank for more than 48 hours, but they didn't seem to have any qualms putting like or this thing like ejecting light out the back of it. They put foam on the two outlets. I could put like a cover, just put like a sheet of material back there. Everything outside of the printer is cooling off anyway. Or sorry, is the resin is covered except for the stuff in the tank, and the stuff that would be in the Tupperware is setting, so that should be fine. I wonder if I can get a sheet of like UV block. Could use for gaffer's tape. We can already see that my cheap ass gaffer's tape does not stick to this material. This is a 3-hour print. I left resin for 2 weeks until it started leaking. Also a Saturn. Oh. Yeah, I mean, just like I have stuff. I have stuff right here, in fact. Locked. Of course, that makes everything completely dark. I have this plastic sheet stuff. I could use this in order to make a thing for the back and cover the window and all that stuff. Actually, I probably have stuff that's already the right size. Like my old Creality build plate, the one that doesn't quite work well. Might be a little small. Yeah, that doesn't cover the whole thing. Well, I'll work through it. We can figure this out. I mean, it's kind of cool to have like the nuclear reactor thing happening. You know what might be the concern is that reflections are going to get the print as it gets lifted off of the build plate. You can see the build plate moving a little bit there. I think this is going to take like 3 hours, so we're not going to stick around for the entire print. It is well, it's 5 o'clock already. Holy shit! Usually, I wanted to go later today, but if I'm out of content, I'm out of content. That went together really well. I do want to look up a controllable. Yeah, we're not gonna stick around for the whole print. I'll get it washed and cured, and I'll post pictures of it in the Discord, and you guys can see it on Thursday, and we'll compare it to the Benchy that I did supports for. What fan should I be getting? I mean, should I buy a new fan? I probably should get a smaller fan because the fan that I have is way too big. Why is this moving? What's going on there? Oh, maybe it just like fully loaded and updated. Weird. Okay, so let's see. I want to look at stuff to buy. I really don't want to buy stuff, but I think I have to. So, exhaust fan. Not quite what I'm looking for. Blue UV film you use for a PCB. I've never used that before. I don't know what that stuff is. That would be pretty cool. Oh, there's the Vivo Sun. So that's like one of the big ones that comes up. Maybe I'm going to get a Vivo Sun. I think I probably will. It's not huge, right? I need like VR. we need more VR, and we need augmented reality so that I can put a headset on and I can see how big a product is, and I can go, oh, okay. I know IKEA did that a little bit in VR, but I need my Fusion 360 to work with VR so that I can design something and then look at it in virtual reality. I need it. I need that for me. And if I looked it up back in the day, and they were like, "Why don't you just get Unity Engine and make your own program?" Like, I don't want to do that. It's got a mains plug for scale. Oh, that's a good one. So it's tiny. 6 inches by 7 inches. It looks like a suppository, though. Is this fan a suppository? Kind of looks like. Yeah, I guess it is. 195 CFM is not what I need. And it doesn't look like it has the kind of control that I would like. This is why I'm like, maybe I should rip out the stuff and put a three-phase motor in there. Octoprint plugin hologram. Oh my god! I knew it would eventually happen. This doesn't appear to have a speed control, so I'd have to hook it up to, I guess, a different speed. Look at this one has a phone app. That's just what I need to let on my phone. Yeah, a fan controller. I may need to just get one of those. That's for a computer fan. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, so I'll figure this out. I mean, I have one of these. It's a little different than this one. It's this one, actually. Oh, it's from the same company. Well, there you go. That's for the same, you know, with these companies, like, you never know. This one actually is the one that I bought and put inside of the other fan. Yeah, I think I already bought one. Okay, it's different. I guess they have their own brand, but this is essentially the one that I use to control the floor fan. So I guess I'll get one of these too. That's $30. Here we go. Death by 1,000 tiny purchases. I guess if I went to Alibaba, I could probably get this stuff even cheaper, but I don't want to wait 6 months so that I can have a quiet fan on the tent. But then again, just having stuff in the tent is enough to tamp the smells down. The carbon filter, I mean, it's every single step of the way with this carbon filter is a $20 purchase. It's really annoying, but I've already have a lot of the equipment, so. Small square with a white and red. Well, look, we're fine. We're fine. I got stuff that I could use. Actually, this would be kind of cute though, to have a thing that says "Motor Governor" sitting on the outside of the tent. Makes it look more technical. You know, blinking lights on stuff. Yeah, true. Eventually, I was actually going to use it to start my pepper plants this year, and I guess I could surreptitiously grow other things in there too. Down a bit in the middle. It's not important that I get it. This isn't important. What are we doing? You're talking about this one? I might have one of those sitting around. 15 volt low voltage. DC low voltage. You're talking about this, maybe? There's so much delay on the text that it's tough. At this point, you might as well get a VFD and a three-phase fan. Or an RC controller, and I don't know what three-phase blower motors exist. There are RC three-phase blower motors. There's ones for drones too. These aren't the right thing. And then I actually found the Dyson vacuum fan was for sale, and I already have one. I have one that's sitting all the way back there. I could package that all with the filter and make a nice little thing. And apparently you can plug it into an RC motor controller, and it'll control the three-phase fan blower fan motor. And if you have that level of control, then you can have, I don't know, I could do some pretty interesting stuff with that. It's like 26 volts though, because they put a ton of lithium-ion batteries on those handheld vacuums. But I actually think I might have all of the parts to make my own, you know, three-phase blower motor that's like super overpowered. Hard drive motor and a drone ESC is a fun combo too. That does sound. I was gonna try to mess up. I still have the hard drive that's sitting right here. Mess up a laptop hard drive so I can make a bunch of crunching, like loading noises that I could use as sound effects. Never got around to it though. Maybe we'll do that on Thursday. We can pull the vacuum motor that I have and see how loud it is when we hook it up to the RC controller. Although I don't have an input to the RC controller. I need some other external thing to control that. I know that's a simple Arduino project, but yeah, all right. Anyway, the projects are fractal. They're fractal projects, and as soon as you get comfortable with that, you'll know how we kind of operate around here. It's just the branches of branches. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to order the stuff. I'm going to spend the $60 more dollars to have a sort of a nice little fan combo, and then at some point we can get to the adding one of those Fly Sky controllers to that vacuum motor that I forgot about. We were going to put a 3-phase outrunner motor on a vacuum motor and try to make a quiet suction device, the tentacle of respiratory health, for Burn the Subs. The problem is the creosote clogs everything and makes everything disgusting. So I don't want to clean creosote out of stuff. So instead, I let the creosote just cover the entire shop, kind of like New York is covered in soot. Like the industrial area. There we go. But I am interested in soldering to, Mr. Creosote, soldering one of those motor controllers, those because you get a pack of 4 for $16, and then you can get into them with software in order to retune them and everything. So the 4-inch inline is all in one. They list it at 220, but it can use 120 with less power. Which one is that? Hold on. That wasn't the one that I was looking at. Because it doesn't say anything about controlling this one. Yeah, the mints are wafer thin. I love how Python would just open the dictionary and go, that is a cool word. And then they just roll with that. So creosote is a very interesting word. This one has an inline speed controller. It's $107. That one comes with a 4-inch 195, 4-inch 195, ventilation air fan, comes with a little controller. That's $30. 28 watts, 4-inch. With speed controller. Smart fan with with she who shall not be named. Well, can I not hook it? Wait, how much is that? $87. Yeah, we'll go ahead and just do the one with a little speed controller. Yeah, I guess the 4-inch one is probably going to be the best because it'll be way out of the way. It won't take up a ton of space like that other fan that I have. That other fan that I have is for exchanging an entire room's worth of air in like a minute. It's a shame I can't get this one, the one with the control panel on it, because that would be a little bit more elegant for controlling. But instead, I'll just have this stupid little box somewhere. All right. Well, anyway, I'm going to go with this one because it's cheaper than the two separate things. So $30, that'll be nice. I'll be able to get that in. We got too much stuff to do. I have too much stuff to do. I have to go take my puppy for a walk. I have to go walk a corgi, which is just absolute fucking torture. It's the worst thing ever. I'm going to go breathe the air, look at the sun, not breathe in resin, and play with a very cute corgi. You guys, I would suggest you guys at least get up and walk around if you've been sitting for a long time. She is 2 years old as of last Friday. She had her second birthday. We didn't do a lot to celebrate, but yeah, I am going to be making her dinner because it's actually late for her. She usually gets her dinner around 4. And then eating chili, and I don't know. I'll end up on the Discord though, and I'll be able to. No, I am being completely facetious when I say that. She is the best dog in the world. She's amazingly easy to take care of. She's a little bit loud, but that's a good trade-off for the amount of personality that she has. I have a friend whose place I went to, and they were having a barbecue. It's a super smart house guy, and he has a dog, and his dog is gushing over him. He's so devoted and lovey-dovey and always just looking at him and always following him around, but there's no personality there. Willow, I get in her face and go, I'm gonna give you kisses, and she goes and growls at me, and like, you know, is generally she is a perfect foil for a comedy bit, and I love it. She's the best dog ever. So she does not put up with my bullshit, which is nice. And then when I do need to like get her away from danger, she will listen to me. So We've taken a lot of care to train her properly. I've taken a lot of care to keep my folks from making her fat when she's over at their place, which makes me public enemy number one. But yeah, it's perfect dog. Anyway, I got her alone today, so over this week, so I have to make considerations for the puppy and go up and, you know, do our thing. This is a good stream. We did something without actually having to sit here and do something amazingly tear-jerkingly boring. I'll show off Benchy when I get a chance, and hopefully I don't blow up everything inside of that tent again and get resin everywhere. My ideal thing, what's going to happen is when I'm done with the print, I will put that other piece on there that angles the bed, and then I'll hold that for a couple hours, right, and let it drip down. Then I will take the bed, peel off the metal, and since I don't have a container that's big enough for the metal base, I will take the big scraper that I have and pop it off into a solution of alcohol. The bed then goes back on. I could actually just do it straight from the bed, but I do have that flexible plate to help me get it off. But then drop it in the bed of alcohol, put the bed back on, set that to 0, I guess. In the Tupperware alcohol container, I'll close it up, shake it a bit, leave it for a couple hours, shake it again, and then when I'm bored, I'll take it out and like let it kind of dry off, put it in the windowsill. So yeah, it's hard to make it engaging compared. Yeah, it's tough because it's a slow process. You got like 3 hours, right? For this thing, and then you got to do all the post processing. So I generally try to keep it punchy around here, and we jump around with projects. It's tough though. I mean, man, I saw that Uo's Lab stream from literally fucking last night, and he plops down a bunch of capacitors, builds a bank of capacitors, throws it onto the project, charges them up, big sparks. It was like the perfect thing. Last Miles, how you doing, Last Miles? Last Miles is another streamer you guys should definitely check out. There's a lot of really cool stuff there. We're kind of wrapping up a little bit here. I was about to end because I'm taking care of the corgi today. And so I have to make sure that she gets, you know, out for a walk and all that stuff. But we can hang out for a minute or two. We did a basic, I am a low energy geek. I don't know about low energy. We've been doing like 3D printer stuff. The thing that we've been working on a lot over the past couple weeks has been Dave's 303, his synthesizer, his VCO, but it is a synthesizer essentially. And I've been having a really frustrating time with this, so I decided to do some stuff with 3D printing. And what I did is I did my first Benchy print. Once that Benchy print was all ready to go, I said, hey, maybe I shouldn't have this resin printer sitting like on the same desk. So I decided to put it into a tent. And the tent, unfortunately, is a little bit smaller than the printer. It's a little bit smaller than the printer. So to get the printer into the growth tent, it's not a grow tent, it's a Creality branded 3D printer tent, but it's for a different printer. Okay, fine, it grows 3D print. All right, I'll give you that one. Damn it. Look at the percentage that it's done. It is not, it's not going quickly. Yeah, how's it going? 75 brave souls rating in from Last Miles. So we put the printer in the tent, and I've got this giant carbon filter sitting behind it to filter out the air and get the resin sent out. Because 2 nights ago, when I tried to put the printer into the tent, I tilted it backwards in order to fit it in, and that spilled resin all over the back of the printer, and that got into the printer. So I spent the next couple days in the reek of alcohol, both drinking and rubbing, in order to get rid of all of the resin that got on the printer. There's still some little bits of goopy resin sitting on that printer. That was the beginning of the stream, is getting the rest of that thing together. I bought a broken printer. That was going to be the fun little theme behind those streams. Like, oh, I bought a broken printer because I'm a dumbass. It turns out it was completely fine. It's printing great right now. There's no flicker in that ultraviolet light like they said there was. But resin is stinky. Resin is really stinky. So we lock it into a tent that I happened to buy. I was having trouble printing. My PETG wasn't printing properly. It turns out I bent the heat break. The little piece of threaded rod that's hollow, that's supposed to allow the filament through. where you cool one side of it. No, this is the original. This is why I bought the tent so long ago. I bent that, and so my nozzle, instead of being parallel, my nozzle, my hole, it was kinked. It had a little like kink to the side. And what that would do is when it deposited the filament would curl and then stick. So during that saga, I think it was during that saga, I bought the tent thinking that I would enclose everything and that would keep the heat nearby. The tent is exactly the size of my printer, so I can't fit the printer in there. I'd have to modify some stuff in order to do it. So that tent sat in the other part of the basement for a long time. It's been like a year. It's perfect for the resin printer because now I can contain the resin printer and have an air filter on it, and all the stink can remain under the desk that's behind me. But yeah, so today what we did is after reassembling the printer in its slightly cleaner state, we were able to get everything into the tent and get ducting out of the tent. I have this kind of like big fan stuff from brewing, although the big fan is too big and it's going to go back into the back part of the basement because it's loud and it's big and obnoxious. So I need to order a different fan. I'll get a smaller fan. I'll maybe attach it to the underside of the desk or just stuff it somewhere. I don't really know. We'll figure it out. But that was today's stream, and so now we're done. So I am not one to draw things out. I explained to the raiders what we're doing. I'm ending. I don't know if anybody else is around. We can check. Let me check real quick. Twitch TV. And I open up my own page because I'm vain. I should throw you guys at Roboz, but I don't know what he's doing. Caravan Sandwich. I don't know what that is. Duck Detective. No, we got Sci-Fi. We got Ella doing Grand Theft Auto. I'm gonna leave you guys to go where you want to go. I don't think anybody's really. It's like this Tuesday is very Monday-like. Oh, Davies is on too. Just check out Davies if you want to see game demos, which is always fun. Oh, that's paleontologizing. Yeah, paleontologizing is doing its thing too. Yeah, I know paleontologizing. UV resistant PCB etching film. I don't want to put blue film over that window. If anything, maybe I can, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I'll look up something like that. All right, here's the deal. I'm just going to end. I'm just going to shut the doors on this stupid stream. I crush you. No, I'm just going to end the stream. You guys get to go wherever you want. Check out paleontologizing if you want. I do need to raid him. I would love to get on his radar. Radar? Hey, that's you guys go wherever the hell you want. I'm not responsible for you. Here's the end card that has my social media stuff in it. Those of you on YouTube will have to just write that down because that's on the Twitch chat. But we have a Discord. That's where I'm going to be hanging out. And I will see you guys in exactly 1 day, 19 hours, 6 minutes, and 3 seconds. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. No, you can stay here. You could stay here. People do that. They just leave this page up at like their office. And then the next time I start up again, hey, here I am, and I've got a viewer. Do it. Do it. I dare you. I dare you to keep my page up permanently. It gets me viewers. Okay, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one, everybody.